Hello everyone, welcome back to another stream. We have drops that just launched for the game, and so super excited for those to have returned. We have several decks to run before the refresh when the new card comes out, and then I have several decks built out that I want to try with Moonstone. I don't know, I'm not convinced that it's going to be a super great card, but I do want to give it a shot because it's one of those that's interesting enough that I think it could end up being pretty decent if it finds its kind of place or home. So we're gonna go ahead and let people filter in first off. I was gonna get antsy and jump straight into a game, but as people filter in, I appreciate you guys hopping in. Hopefully you had a great weekend and your week has started off well. And then Hot Dynamix, thank you so much for the Prime sub right off the jump. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully it's been going well, Dynamix. I'm not sure if I caught you on the last stream, but if not, hopefully you had some good holidays, and hopefully your new year has started off right. And then Akshay right off the jump as well with the resub with Prime. Both of you guys for 6 months. Absolutely massive. Thank you guys for being here. Hopefully you both are having a great one so far. And while we're waiting, I'm gonna go ahead and jump into a game. Sometimes I like to wait, but I do need to win 4 games with Victoria Hand to finish off the weekend mission. It wasn't one that I was looking to run, and so I still have it. Been doing good. Busy holidays, but we made it through. We did. It was a lot of family, a lot of travel, a lot of just on the go moving and doing. It was good, but it was, like you said, it was just busy. And then Apoc Kane, welcome in with the Prime sub for 7 months. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a good one. So we're going to skip on one. We could have done the rocket, but we'll be able to do it for free on the last turn with the Black Swan. We have Thor to play on 3 into Kiln, and then probably drop in the King Eitri. And our hand is looking pretty good. The reason I'm running this one for a couple of games, one, I really enjoy this deck. This is the deck that I took to Infinite this season. And it was overall a pretty smooth curve, or pretty smooth... it's a pretty smooth climb. You get the She-Hulk, which is nice. I think we just go... maybe... do we go double King Eitri since this is the last turn we can play here? Then we'll skip next turn. We'll do a King Eitri to pull out the hammer. Then we can compete for the other 2. We may not be able to win the left lane because their lane is pretty massive between the Drax, the potential 10 power copycat. I think it'll be tough to overpower it, but we can give it a shot. Shadow King is nice. Activate King Eitri and Black Swan, and we should be able to flood everything that'll be in our hand on that last turn. That Hulk will be tough to overpower. If they pulled the hammer, which they have a lot of cards in their deck, likelihood of them pulling the hammer is pretty low. But if they did, they win left. Otherwise, we win it with the Mjolnir. One, 2, 3, 4. Ooh, that's true, Benny. Copycat won't get buffed. Because it's just for Beta Ray, or cards that are labeled as that. And a Copycat won't be. So we win left. We can take them down by 3. The Red Hulk's not going to scale, so honestly, this may be overkill in the right lane. But I think this is where we're going to play our cards. And then Boosty, welcome in as well. Big Mac. Oh, we don't win the left lane. Unfortunate. We do win mid. But do we have enough in the right to win with the Hit Monkey? I think so, especially with Thor scaling up. Yeah, we'll be fine. We're gonna win mid with a singular 1 power. We'll take the 4 cuber. And then mid-December, and Pablo, welcome in. Mid-December, you said, hello, Mr. TLSG. Do you upload your VODs to YouTube? Yeah, so I'm actually streaming it live on YouTube as well. I know that some people don't like... I know that some people don't really care for the Twitch platform, like the video player, the actual video player. So it's on YouTube as well. The link should be in the panels down below. And then with that 1 win out of the way, we're gonna go ahead and jump into a real quick set of ads, and then we'll be right back at it, you guys. I need to activate 1 more card, so I'm gonna run this deck for at least 1 more game. Actually, we've hit our goal, so I don't really need to do this one. We'll do Victoria Hand instead. Any chance you'll look at the new card data mined? Were there new ones data mined today? If so, yeah, definitely. Because with the patch, there may have been new cards that got added in. All right, and the ad is almost over, so I'm going to go ahead and jump into the next one. Hey, TLSG, is the title wrong, by the way? What was the title? Drops are back? Moondragon soon? Is that the title? I don't think so. Noob Stalker. Drop should be activated. Oh, it's... Did I put Moondragon? Yeah, no, it should be Moonstone. Yeah. Let me change it. Thank you. Oof. Yeah, I'm referring to Moonstone. Oof. All right, thank you for pointing it out. And Cobalt, thank you for pointing out what I was overlooking. All right, so we created a wasp, which is okay. Go ahead and skip here. It should be updated now. Make sure that it took. Where'd mine go? There we go. Yep. Yeah, it's updated. Ooh, so the big Iron Patriot. And I don't think we can... I don't think we can really fight to win it in that lane. We do have Shang-Chi, so if we can take out the monster eventually. If I don't want to do Cosmo there, I'm just going to do like an Agent Coulson. I'm going to burn the Wasp. We'll see. The scary thing about Iron Patriot is you never really know what they pulled, so you don't know what's within the realm of possibility. Like, it could be any number of things. They do have the big demon, and so they're definitely going to win that left lane for this turn. We can take out the extra 10, which we may save for a bit later on. If we wanted to prioritize, like, maybe an Iron Patriot. We do Iron Patriot Maria. Might not. Ooh, then we won't draw, will we? They both will generate a card. And then if we don't, we still won't draw. So we'll go ahead and go with that. Are you guys looking forward to Moonstone? It's one of those cards that I think could end up being a pretty decent card, but it could be a complete flop as well. There's a couple of cool applications that I'm looking forward to with the lower cost ongoing. So like Cosmo. Having 2 Cosmos on the board, I think, is an interesting potential dynamic or limitation that you can put onto the opponent. And then Sunday, JJ, thank you so much for the resub with your Prime as well. Can Victoria Hand work in a non-Iron Patriot deck? Yeah, it can. Or Victoria Hand, yeah. It can work without the Iron Patriot for sure. It's just they kind of go hand in hand, so it is kind of nice to have the both of them. But I would say it's not absolutely mandatory. I was going to go like Cosmo and then Goose somewhere else, but I think we go 2099. Then lock it in. Moonstone only activates in the same lane? Oh, is it really?
I see.
For some reason I thought it was just... Oh, I must have missed the word. It must say here. Must have missed the word here. Ah, they're Heimdall. And they copied the Heimdall at that. Rough. Yeah, we definitely don't win that left lane. Otherwise, we'd have a Gore plus a Shang-Chi, which is super, super nice. Without it, though, I don't think we win. Like, we could do Victoria Hand. This is 3. It would give us another 2, so it's 5. But they drop another Heimdall that shifts over. Yeah, we'll give them this one. And then Flint Mika, thank you so much for the Prime sub for 5 months. And so with that in mind, I'll probably have to relook at some of the decks that I brewed up, because I think they'll be significantly worse with without being able to. I thought it copied, for whatever reason, I thought it was going to copy all of the ongoings for 1, 2, and 3 cost cards.
Escaped.
But if it's only the one, that puts it at a pretty big limitation. Like, it's probably okay in like a Spectrum deck, but I'm wondering if it'll find like a really good home anywhere. Basically Onslaught for low cost ongoings. Yeah. In that case, a cool application might be able to be alongside like a Mystique to really duplicate the Mystique's ability, even if it was like originally from a higher cost card. But I think it becomes pretty restrictive. You could use Moonstone in a lane that has Cosmo. Other stuff, and then Mystique her to another lane. If you Mystique the with or without the limitation. Without the limitation, yeah, you'd be able to Mystique it to a different one. With the limitation, no. You could Mystique, yeah. Yeah, you could Mystique the Cosmo, but then you're playing a 3-cost card that's putting no like actual pressure on the board. And so that's where that kind of double Cosmo is always kind of fallen flat. All right, let's go with the Victoria Hand. Lose Grandmaster, we lose Maria, that's okay. Collector would be nice, but I think we're going to go with Agent Coulson just to make sure that we continue to get cards in hand. No, she would copy Moonstone's ongoing ability, so the Mystique would copy the 1, 2, and 3 cost ongoings for that new lane that she's in. And so it kind of hurts it pretty significantly. Moon Girl's nice. Red Guardian's decent. I think I'm just gonna do like a Moon Girl, a duplicated one to get the extra bonus on it.
I'm about to juice this up.
No, I haven't checked the data mines yet. Yeah, in that case, Moonstone is a lot less, a lot more underwhelming than I thought it was going to be. Because I thought it was going to copy like pretty much your whole board, but that's not the case. Okay, let's do something like... So it's a discard deck. We may save the Red Guardian to try to target a Dracula. If so, we can do maybe Iron Man mid. And then next turn would be focusing on trying to counter one of these lanes. The only problem is we don't really have a good high power follow-up to it. I can't see what the drops are. So if you do exclamation point drops, the second link could give you a path to your inventory, which I think should kind of help out a little bit. This. It's not really that big in that right lane. Problem. So if they just outright played their Apocalypse somewhere, we might be in trouble. But we'll still give it a shot. We only need to win 4 with Victoria hand. She hasn't really been... I think she's really decent in like a shield style deck. It's just it hasn't felt insanely consistent to me. I think she helps the deck a lot, but I don't know if it's just that it hasn't really settled into its own, kind of like Scream. When Scream released, she was kind of underwhelming to play, and then over time, as the meta shifted, she kind of rose to the top. I'm curious what cards will receive this legendary status. If Regis is right about being a 1 card per deck kind of thing. Wait. Was there some kind of data mine that I haven't seen? What is the legendary status? Is it just a like an assumption from Regis? I know he's usually pretty well spoken, and so he usually doesn't like jump off the rails unless he has a really good feeling about something. Oh, one of the new cards just says legendary in the text. Ooh, got it. We can take a look at the data mines. I'm excited for Wiccan on March 4th. Got it, I missed it the first time. Yeah, Wiccan is going to be a huge pool as long as it doesn't get nerfed before then. I believe I could see Wiccan and Hydra Bob getting nerfed at some point, in all honesty. I feel like both of them are potentially on the chopping blocks. We got like 3 new 6-cost cards having at the start of the game, and one of those have legendary. I'm gonna pull it up. The January patch from this morning, yeah? Battle Pass, Prehistoric Avengers, March 2025, Agamotto. Start a game, shuffle so many spells into your deck. It's kind of like a Thanos, but it's interesting from a deck building standpoint because Thanos has like a lot of like offshoot different styles of builds that kind of he brings to the table. you think this will be the card acquisition fix? I hope so. I know that they keep saying that they've been working on it and soon, but then it's just kind of feels like it's kind of pushed to the back line, and so hopefully something rolls out relatively soon. And so Cobra, switch in a mini card here that didn't start in your opponent's deck to your side. Ooh, interesting. So like the Moon Girl stuff, the Arisham stuff, you can get some interesting. I feel like it'll be tough to use because it is an activate, but I am glad that we're going to have a few more activates in the arsenal, because right now it feels like the activate keyword is kind of lackluster. Isun, legendary. At the start of the game, if all your cards have different powers, give them +2 power. That one feels really cool from a deck building perspective. But I am curious what the legendary. So maybe it's like you can only have one legendary card per deck, kind of like a leader or like a commander in certain games, something that like is more powerful than most of the other cards on par. And so maybe it's something like that they're going to add in, where you can only have one legendary per deck, but knowing that that legendary card is going to be very impactful. And then Fire Hair, you can move this once. When this moves, revive one of your destroyed cards here. Interesting. It could be like a Phoenix Force that takes a while to find its home, but I feel like it's cheap enough that you might get some cool applications. Either that or just like a regular destroy, or you hold it for in case you get like Shang-Chi'd or countered in some way, shape, or form. And we got Khonshu, which is cool. We don't really know anything about him, but Red Wing, the first time this moves, add a card from your hand to the old location. Wow. And so no limitations on it. If your hand is low, you can get some kind of crazy value out of Red Wing. Being able to thin your hand, get some like high power on the board, but it is going to be random. So you want to somehow be able to control what you have in your hand. You don't want it to be all the low cost stuff. And so maybe towards the end of the game, like a Heimdall shift would be kind of interesting. We have Starbrand. At the start of the game, +2 power for each card in your deck with 10 or more power. For certain decks, I feel like this would... How often do we have that many 10+ power cards that start in the deck? I feel like it'd be kind of challenging to get it above Hulk range. Like in a... maybe 6/14. I think it'd be okay value, but I don't know that it's crazy unless I'm just overlooking something. So I don't think it would work with Arisham, because they're both Arisham and Starbrand would be at the start of the game. And so I know that those trigger depending on the order that they are in your deck. And so it'd be a 50-50 of like if Starbrand would trigger after Arisham. Turn 5 Sera, turn 6 Red Wing. Absorbing Man in a Surfer build. Keith. But Red Wing wouldn't trigger unless you personally move it, right? So why would we want the Red Wing? Or maybe I'm just overlooking like the line that... Oh, you misread. Ah, gotcha. Yeah. And so you have to physically move it. No, you're okay. And then Fanfei, when you discard this, put it back waxing and get +1 energy next turn. Be interesting. So is this maybe a spell? And then Ghost the First Rider. Winds of Watum is a 3-0. So these have to be with Agamotto. But we don't know exactly what the spells do. But I know one of the stronger decks that I liked in Legend of Runeterra kind of revolved around like rotating spells. And we've seen how good I'm drawing a blank on her name. She's the 1-cost card that has the spells, the rotating spells. We've seen how good she is. And so it could be something that might be pretty impactful for it. Nico, thank you. I drew a complete blank on it. And then Khonshu Waxing, when a card is destroyed, plus 10% chance to Hulk out. Ooh, interesting. And then Khonshu Full, when a card is destroyed, plus 10% chance to Hulk out. So interesting that they're adding other things for like the Hulk out rather than just Bruce Banner. Yeah, the spells cost a lot, but if they're all 0 cost, then I think it pairs really well with like a I'm drawing a blank on all of the cards. On the one that reduces the cost of your 1 or less power cards. Not the Venom. And then Mr. Negative, yeah, would be good for those spells as well. And we have Agamotto at the start of the game. Shuffle all of those cards, and these are just the changes. And so we do have some interesting new cards with the legendary tag. New game mode, Location War. And so we don't know much about it, but it's cool that there is some kind of new mode. I don't know if this will be like a time limited, but exciting that there may be something new. Ravona, thank you guys. I can't think of any of the cards right now. What's happening to Hulkling? Nothing. It's just a text change. And so instead of at the start, they're cleaning up the game start kind of keyword. That was in today's patch. Same thing with like the Agatha. But on the ones that didn't release yet. But I think Red Wing could be pretty interesting with like a small movers package. So like Iron Fist. You could do it in the full-on like small movers that runs Havoc and stuff too. Like the Iron Fist, the Ghost Spider, maybe a Heimdall potentially. Red Wing might be kind of interesting. But there's always a chance that it pulls a card you don't want on the board yet. So we'll see how big that impact is. But overall, I think there's some really interesting stuff. I'm really interested in Isan. Essen? Probably pronouncing it incorrectly. But like this feels like a super rewarding deck building limitation or challenge that I think could be like worth the investment into it in terms of like a value build that you're looking to do. All right, let's go ahead and try and finish off our Victoria hand wins. She's not a card that necessarily interests me all that much. Iron Patriot is, I think he's very strong. Just from that like lopsided knowledge that he provides, it makes it where the opponent doesn't know what you're capable of outputting anymore. Which with Arisham we've seen is always very strong. Can be very strong. Yoshi, what do you think about this Moonstone idea? Ant-Man, Ravona, US Agent Mystique, Red Guardian, Speed, Iron Man, or the God Butcher? So to win, I mean, I like it. But I'm wondering if we need a way to like secure another lane. I know Gore would ideally do that, but is there ever a chance where he doesn't like fully win it on his own? I'm kind of curious if they're going to keep the theme of Celestials, do deck building different for their start of game effects. Ooh, like Arisham. That'd be kind of interesting if all of them have like a game start criteria that either change the cards in your deck or make you build something around it specifically. I think it feels like that'd be pretty cool. And then Thanos, yeah. So the skip on 1, snap on 2, it's an Arisham deck. That would be why. That becomes very tricky to overpower. I feel like Power Stone could be sneaky with Moonstone. I agree. Could make Thanos end up being really, really big. Ooh, what if Thanos and Arisham both get legendary, so you couldn't mix them together? That would be interesting too. We need some help in the left lane. Problem is, I think they could have a Doctor Doom, which means even if we yank this out, it wouldn't really... Yeah, they definitely have the Doctor Doom. Ooh, from an Arisham deck too. Oof. They found the good pieces of their build. From the Arisham, they found the Doom, the Doctor Doom. Red Guardian was decent value for them, but not a lot we can do in that situation, unfortunately. We'll give them the 2. If somehow we got Legion, Legion would make it definitely an easier game, shutting off all of the Doom bots.
Escaped.
And then, sorry, I missed the YouTube message. Hi TLSG, what do you think, Galacta or Wiccan? I would say they're both very, very good. I would say that Wiccan is probably a little bit stronger, but Galacta, I think, is maybe a little bit more versatile. But they usually get paired together. I think Wiccan is the stronger of the 2. And then Zachary, yeah, I have a Discord. I'll shoot over the
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
link on the YouTube chat, since I don't have any commands there. And then I'm not sure if I called these out or not. If not, I apologize. But Sunny Day JJ, I think I called yours out for the Prime resub. And then Flint Mika, thank you for the Prime resub. And then Fuzzy, thank you for the subscription with your Prime as well. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great one. And then Odabert as well. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a good one. We have a pretty good... We have a pretty good line. I'm going to go ahead and add the Iron Patriot over to the right, hoping that they don't throw a card there and compete with us. But they do. Ooh, actually, Invisible Woman there is perfect. That means we just win the right lane. Savage Land is not quite as perfect. It is what it is. All right.
Opponent snapped.
So we'll get the discount with Iron Patriot, but we can't really do anything else to win this lane. Becomes very problematic. I'm still going to go Victoria Maria. We're going to stick it out for now. I think there may be a chance that we can salvage it. Big Quake. Oh man. We didn't get the discount from Iron Patriot because they quaked it away. They quaked Savage Land over to the left. Good play. Much as I don't like it, it was a good play. Yeah, very sneaky. I guess maybe it's just a Scarlet Witch. Hope. And maybe it's like Devil Dino into like an Ultron. Curious what the rest of their build is going to be. Their copycat, they get our Coulson. Let's go. I think Devil Dino mid. Next turn we can do Collector plus Moon Girl to generate a decent amount of power onto the Collector. Big Ronin on their end. So the Ronin is always going to be a big card. It's always going to be bigger than our Devil Dino, right? Because it's a base of 5 versus our 3. That doesn't do it. If they can do both right and mid, this probably doesn't do it either. What's been your best performing deck so far this season? I haven't dabbled a lot in... I've actually been playing a lot more Marvel Rivals and Pocket than Snap. But my King Eitri deck is the one that I continue to go back to. That's performed pretty decently. Like Iron Patriot, sometimes you have good hands. Other times it feels like it gets completely countered. Same thing with Victoria. So I keep going back to a deck that I enjoy rather than one that I think is really, really strong. Ah, the Maximus is going to get us, isn't it? No? Because we scale the same. Big.
Victory.
So very surprisingly, the King Eitri deck. Because when I picked up King Eitri from High Voltage, that one was High Voltage. No, that one was Deadpool's Diner. I had like zero expectations for the card. I thought it was going to be awful. I didn't think we were ever going to play it. Thought it was going to be very much like a Bruce Banner. But ended up finding this deck, and this is one of my favorite decks to play. Even when it's not winning, I enjoy like this play style. Just because it's so explosive for the last turn that you pump out so much power that it can easily take the opponent off guard. It revolves around like the Hammer Bros. We get the King Eitri. We have Moon Girl into like the Hit Monkey, She-Hulk, 1-cost Flood, and then Shadow King to me really pulls the overall deck together by being able to, because we're most of the time not going to have priority since we're skipping on turn 5, by being able to offset so much of just the scaling that we have in the game. And Shadow King has kind of fallen off lately, and so sometimes that acts as like a surprise play. The next up we have Ed, rank 115. Let's see if we can grab a couple more Victoria hand wins. All we need is a handful more. I think we need 2. All right, let's go Collector. The sandbar makes getting value out of Victoria Hand a little bit more difficult, but we can get value from Collector just by generating the cards in our hand. I haven't played Eitri once yet, so now I have reason. Hopefully it does as well for you as it has for me. I've very much enjoyed it. A lot of times you can explode like 30, sometimes I think up to like 40 power on the last turn. And so you get the choice of where to position that power, which I think gives you a lot of strength to overcome a lot of like the overcome a lot of the like more popular decks. Is it ever worth it to just continue generating cards with Victoria Hand? The next turn we could go 3+2. Sandbar always appearing on Victoria or Arsham games. Yeah. They got a copy of the Victoria. They get a second one, which is big for them. And then, of course, the third one as well. I think we just continue pumping Victoria Hand down. Kind of want to play Maria into this lane as well. We wouldn't draw, but it would give us a 2-cost to use, which is going to be massive because of Victoria Hand. I don't know. They may be, if they remove Sandbar, that's great. They may also be ripping away cloning vats. I've been running C5 with Victoria and Sentinel. Ooh, interesting. But the first Sentinel doesn't really benefit from it. It's the one. It's the after that does. Hasn't been doing well, or is it more of a fun build? Duplicate Nico. Ooh, the Nico's gonna double up in power. Scary. So we get 2/4 more in the right lane. We lose the right. Even with the Victoria Hand coming down. We didn't have enough space to generate the toxin. I think we lose this one. As long as they stack pretty heavily into either here or here, I think we're in trouble. And then, you said, hey bro, how are you? Need advice. If you have to choose between Victoria or Galacta. Ooh, do we win? Huge. We shouldn't have won, but we did. Victoria or Galacta, which one would be the best buy for 6? I would say Galacta. Galacta is like, very, very strong. Like her value is every single game. As soon as she comes on the board, she puts pressure on the opponent. With Victoria, there's other steps and things that you have to go through. You have to generate the cards, which aren't always great cards, but you have to generate the cards, hope that they're good cards, and to get like consistent value. And so she's sometimes more hit or miss. But I think I'll definitely be playing more Galacta than Victoria in the future. All right, we need one more win. And I need to turn off this Match Masters one. We have the sponsorship, but it's not not today. Next up, we have flossing is a scam. names get more and more interesting the longer the game is out. Ah, we lost our Victoria hand. Dexter is best. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. Are you still playing MCOC? Yeah, I think we get out of this one. We lost Victoria hand. We can't play in the Sanctum Sanctorum. We don't have anything that could move over there. Our curve was just a little bit too slow. And then JF, this is what I struggle with, or what I'm struggling with. Malekith or Wiccan. Wiccan is probably one of the strongest cards in the game. With that, I think there's always the risk that he gets hit with a balance. So it might not be that he's valuable for the foreseeable future. But I think right now Wiccan is very, very dominantly placed among probably the top, I'd almost even say top 3 cards in the game. Just with the consistent value that he provides. And then Malekith is fun, but most of the decks that he goes in, I always want to call it the she, and I get roasted for it. Most of the decks that he goes in, you could build him without him. He's not like super core. He just kind of helps the consistency sometimes. So the patch usually isn't the concern. I would say the over the air would be what could potentially cause some shifts. And I think we have one this Thursday, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check the Discord. Either this Thursday or next. They've changed it a couple times, so I don't remember exactly. I think it was game news. Yeah, so the next over there is the 16th, so in 2 days, yeah. And so before spending any tokens, at the very least, I would wait to feel out and see what gets hit there. Her and Bob are on the block. Who? Galacta? Yeah, I feel like Galacta could get hit. I feel like Wiccan, honestly, has been consistently one of the best performing decks for several months now. It feels like several months. That may be excessive. It's been one of the best performing decks for a while now, and so I feel like that could potentially be one that gets hit or adjusted. But I know that Glenn specifically said that Hydra Bob could potentially be a target. You said Secondary said that there would be a big series drop in the first quarter of... Did they say first quarter or did they say January? I thought they said first quarter, which is typically the first 3 months of the year. So I think by March is probably kind of where we should maybe expect it. We have the big anti-venom. We can go Iron Patriot. We could go... I think we go Iron Patriot. I'm actually going to shift those around. Yeah. So I went through the new data mines. A lot of them look really, really cool. Forgot his name already. I have the memory of a goldfish when I'm streaming. The one that is labeled as legendary is the one I'm most interested in. He has a really cool deck building like restriction with a big payoff that I think just Essen, yeah, Cobalt. That's the one I'm most interested in. There's other ones that I think will be cool and very impactful, but he's the one that I feel like he very clearly creates his own archetype. That and Agamotto, I think, is anything with the spells like Nico. Typically tend to do well as long as they're balanced, like in a good or easier, in a good way. So 19 power over on the right is big, but we do have Devil Dino. But loads of energy as well. Devil Dino, Mockingbird, Olsen, full hand. This is the like full capacity. We get a big surge here. I almost want to snap back, but I'm just going to let it play out so we can try and get the 2 instead of potentially leaving them. Ooh, big Gore in mid is gorgeous for him. And with Frigga, Chi, Grapple Arrow, probably not going to do it. We do have the big Mockingbird. Yeah, the one that is +2 for each card with 10 plus power. You said the one that is +2 for each card with 10 plus power? See, I didn't think that one was going to be that great. Because even in our like higher end builds, we typically only run like 2 to 3 10 plus power cards. So I was thinking he would be right around Hulk territory, or maybe just like 2 points above. Like maybe there's some kind of, maybe that plus he's just another Surtur card. Yeah, but it's most Surtur cards don't. Yeah, I guess they start at 10. Yeah, you're right. And so yeah, I could see him be good in like the Surtur build. And so like Typhoid Mary, we have all of the other big ones that go along with that. So Cole Obsidian Crossbones, yeah, in that deck in particular, I don't feel like he will be super versatile, but I think in that one he absolutely. He's like a 616, 618 inserter. Yeah. But do you want to give up your last turn where you could typically drop like a Cosmo, a Shadow King, or whatever tech cards? Is it more worthwhile to drop like a big 616, 618 at that point? I think a lot of times, yes. But I think he fits into that deck very, very well. I think other ones maybe not so much. Maybe he fits into like a Hela build. So if we look at, I guess Danish is the last Hela build I've done. Like that one already runs 1, 2. I guess it's just 2. But a more standard one runs a lot of the big cards. So Giganto and are there just like heavy hitters. So maybe it plays a role if Hela ever resummons or resurfaces. Okay, I may have judged it too harshly off the bat. I think there's a couple of decks that it'll probably be like very helpful in, but I don't think it's like super. I don't think it creates an archetype of its own. So like Agamotto, I feel like will really define that deck, but the one that gives +2 for every 10 plus, I don't. Like, I feel like he'll be good in his deck, but he's not going to create the deck just off of his ability. Which is fine. Not every card has to have, like, a game-changing effect. I think he'll still be pretty powerful. And then, hey, you said who is Isun? Oh, well. He's tagged. He's a 6 cost that's tagged as legendary, and he has the game start if all of the cards in your deck have different power. Give them all +2, and so a pretty impactful deck building restriction where you need to build like this very specific your deck in a very specific way for a pretty impactful payoff. Oh, you said he's on. I missed. I missed it. I missed it entirely, Hate. And then there was a hint at a potential new game mode, which I also think is pretty exciting. Go Iron Patriot, Agent 13. We might just end up with like a White Queen over there after the fact, knowing that we can continue to scale with the potential collector. Sun Mulk is Timo Elon Musk. Yeah, I completely overlooked that one up. My bad. Give us even and odd decks. Even and odd decks would be kind of interesting too. We could always slap them with a Stegron. White Queen generates a card though. And we save the Stegron for later for 2 cost. As long as we win the left, that is. I think there's a good chance that we do. This looks like a Mr. Negative deck that missed the negative. Oh. War Machine helps him out immensely. Okay. Let's do Devil Dino, or do we ever try to fill? No, we can't fill there. Devil Dino, right? I think Doctor Strange should be changed. Yeah, his. Oh well. Wait, did I finish? Did I finish the Victoria quest? If so, I'm dumping the deck. Khonshu doesn't have sensible text yet. Yeah, his text isn't known yet. But we just know that he's going to be added, which I think is really cool. We finished that one, yeah. I'm going to dump it. I'm going to dump it. Let's do a bit of Doom. I think it's a pretty straightforward deck that we can run for a while. We have ads going on, so I'll wait a second. Make sure everyone gets out of ad land before we jump over into the next match. Doctor Strange can potentially counter Victoria hand. Is his voice line really things got a little out of hand? I play against him and play him so infrequently that I didn't know his I didn't know he had an audio cue, if I'm being honest. But things got a little out of hand. He should be able to completely counter her. Ooh, Emperor Hulkling hitting Sasquatch. Decent. Oh, he says... Okay. I thought it was the voice line in game. I watched Multiverse of Madness, I think 2 times. It's just the recent movies have felt like they're maybe trying too hard. I don't know. Or they're not. I don't know. They're focusing on different aspects. So, like the Thor Love and Thunder. I didn't think it was a bad movie, but I definitely think they focused a lot of attention on having like quippy one-liners every couple minutes, it felt like. Rather than like developing the story and then having them as that one-off to kind of break the tension. Yeah, Multiverse of Madness, I didn't dislike it. I think I liked the first Doctor Strange better though. We might be in trouble with this one. Our Iron Patriot card does almost nothing for us. That right lane is tough. Compete for. We'd have to snap into a at least 4 card commitment. We could always get a Legion and potentially take away the Space Throne. Try to salvage it. Oh, is this Dara? I had no idea. Gave him our June 2099. It could have. Weird roll. Ooh. Do we want to keep Space Throne? If so, we're not winning in Weird World right now. Maybe we kind of commit big there this turn. Open up the possibility for Legion next turn. Big Galacta. I don't know. I feel like Legion feels risky. Galacta probably would have been nice to get down to. And then SS Spy, Morton TLSG waited to pick up Victoria Han and Hawkeye today so I could get the 2,000 tokens. Used 3,000 and didn't get the tokens. Did you updated the game first? And then say win. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. I don't know. I'm not feeling super confident anymore. Actually, I don't know that I was ever feeling super confident. I'm sure they can play multiple cards. Our best bet would either be taking a gamble on like hitting Emperor Hulkling or a Doctor Doom. Carne. Oh no, you don't have your Prime sub. That's okay. I'm glad that you're here though. They have a Wiccan. Yeah, they have a Wiccan, so they can go. I mean, we'd be gambling on them not playing big in 2 lanes. Snap for Bob. We'll snap again for Bob. We're gonna pump the pumper. If this wasn't Dare, I would leave here.
Doom rules all.
50-50 that Zola. Yeah. Even the Zola hitting the Emperor Hulkling. Like, they have the big Goliath. That plus Galacta plus Gwynpool coming down is big. Like, this is probably one of the ideal decks in the game. It's the one that I would feel is probably the strongest. And so, that's fine. Hey, TLSG, I played you in Rivals a couple days ago. Your team rolled mine. Kilo, I saw your chat there, or in the game. I appreciate the shout out. I'm enjoying it a lot. It's taking up way more time than honestly I should be devoting to Marvel Rivals. But I'm enjoying it. Right now I haven't played it a whole lot this season, just a handful of games. And so I think I'm hovering around Bronze 1, but last season I peaked at Gold 1, which is not great, but not awful. Since like PC shooters, I haven't played many PC shooters, or really any. Most of my shooter experience has been like Call of Duty on console. And the Dexter's best. Yeah, so I finished Grandmaster the other night.
Hey, welcome.
On
It took you long
MCOC.
enough.
Rum and Nelly, thank you so much for the Prime sub and support. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great one. All right, we go Luke Cage into Doom, into Legion, into Emperor Hulkling. Wait, is Sinister after Grandmaster? Or was it before? So I finished Act 6. You stream Rivals? I haven't. I haven't streamed Rivals. It may be something that I do at some point. But so far it's just been a game that I've been playing to enjoy. Yeah, Kilo, the start of season games, like I happened to be awake whenever the season rolled over. So it was like 3 a.m. my time. But I played, I think, 3 games, and every single one of them had 4 auto-locking DPS that went like double negative. So the start of the new season was rough. It's gotten a bit better since then, but the start was a challenge. Oh, he's the one. Yeah, the one that you have to, I think, have either a Fury or a Bleed. Yeah, he's definitely tough. Grandmaster was really, really tough. It's not so much the characters that you have, but more so being able to learn the rules of the fight, because they happen so like quickly in real time. The counter AV deck. They run Shang-Chi. Ooh, yeah, I shouldn't have done Emperor Hulkling, huh? It's true. We'll Dr. Doom and hope for the best.
Doom rules all.
Power must be controlled.
Yeah, you called it. We do win right. I guess it's just a matter of if we win left or not. They could have Enchantress. That would hurt us a lot in the left. Ooh, Maximus Ronin. Yeah, big. Getting Moonstone today? Yeah, I'm gonna be getting Moonstone. And then Retro, I did get a new headset. So I actually spent quite a bit of time on Sunday, like looking through and trying to decide on like what headset I wanted to get. And I like between like the cheap options or super expensive options, I didn't know which to go with, so I ended up going with the old reliable. I got the exact same headset that broke, but I do I really appreciate the donation to go to the headset fund, because I probably would have tried like glue and held on to that old headset for a lot longer. You bought the same new it? Yeah, I bought the exact same one. I looked at all the different brands and was trying to like weigh the pros and cons, and
Hey,
it
welcome.
came down
it took
to
you long enough.
I knew what the sound quality of this one would be, and so I decided to just go with what I knew. And then Yeasty Beastie, thank you so much for the prime sub and support as well. Very much appreciate having you here. Beta Ray is pretty good in Weir Island. I think we hold the Rocket and Titania. And then Dexter, you said, I don't know how you got 7 stars. So after beating Act 6, there's challenges. I think they're Karina challenges that I've been able to use to get more 7-star shards. But I did get very lucky on the banquet event. That helped out a lot. Is it better a known bad one than an unknown good one? I mean, I wouldn't say that this one was a bad one. If it was a bad one, I think definitely I'd take a risk on something new. Like, it lasted 6 years before that little piece went off. So Sunspot, Wasp, Moon Girl. So it looks like maybe it's like a Victoria Hand Moon Girl deck. And if so, I think we've got him. With the Black Swan, we have a flood of cards. We have the Sunspot, Beta Ray, She-Hulk. Hard to translate the real meaning of the saying, but no, I think you did a good job with it, Pablo. Like I think it's a good saying. Like, it's a lot easier to go with something comfortable that may not be good, may not necessarily be like bad, rather than try for like an unknown. Did you get Victoria Hand? I did. I just finished playing a Victoria Hand deck, and honestly, I kind of got destroyed with it. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So it's the same thing as She-Hulk. We do have priority, which is a little bit scary. Let's go with this. The Lotto 03, thank you so much for the Prime resub for 4 months. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great one. Even though a better one might be on unknown. Yeah. Do you do viewer battles? I haven't in a while. But I wouldn't be entirely opposed to it, depending on the day or what we're doing. Wouldn't be entirely opposed to it. And then retro, yeah, the 100 covered almost all of it. With taxes, it went just a little bit above it, but it covered the lion's share of it for sure. And then Super Hoove, so glad you've been streaming on YouTube more. I missed your regular uploads. I want to get back to doing regular uploads. It's just the last few, the last few weeks, the cards that have come out haven't been super. They haven't been super like revolutionary. Like Iron Patriot is fun. Victoria Hand is fun. She does what she does and does it decently. It's just with those cards and a lack of like over-the-air changes, the decks that have been doing well have felt very much like samey. It feels very much like the decks that were doing well 2 months ago are still performing well. And so it hasn't felt like there's as much room for experimentation. And so I'm hoping that this over the air kind of adds some interesting like shifts and changes to the meta game that make it, you know, fun to brew again. Because I would like to do more consistent videos for sure. It's just I haven't been, with it being almost a month now since we've had balance changes, it hasn't felt like there's been any like big shifts that warrant like really digging into and like grinding out games to find like the best version. And then Isan looks cool. Yeah, Isan looks really, really cool. He's one that I'm most excited for. I feel like his deck building restriction is it's a big enough restriction, but it also has a good, big, and consistent payoff that you're going to see every game. So I think he's definitely going to be one to watch out for. And I'm curious what the legendary tag means. It could be that you only get one legendary per deck, like you can only slot in one, and that they're going to be on average a little bit more powerful than maybe their counterpart cards. But I think he looks very, very interesting. And then Kipless with the hydrate reminder. I appreciate you. I really think you should do another played snap for 30 days. I want to. The reason I haven't so far is when I first came back, I did a 30-day run, and then I realized that it's very much like the same as it was before, and so nothing really had changed. And so I was waiting for some kind of significant change to warrant like rerunning it. How do you see the cards on? How do you see your cards on the side? So like if you're playing, then you can do it by it's untapped. It's an add-on. Oh no, we're gonna lose everything. I thought between Thor and Moon Girl we might be able to do it.
Escaped.
So Arsham, Thanos, etc. might be legendary. Yeah, they may shift some like really big revolutionary. Same thing with maybe like High Evo, like some revolutionary cards for that kind of completely change the deck building landscape. Those may be legendary, so you can't like couple them together. And honestly, I think Arsham and Thanos not being able to be in the same deck is probably not a bad thing, because that did kind of pop up for a while, and it was a pretty strong deck, but it's just kind of absurd how many cards and how much like flexibility that deck had. I wonder if they update the big bads. Yeah, yep. How do you get Untapped to work live? Wait, like on the live stream, if you link it. So I have the Untapped client downloaded, and then it's just it lets you link it to your Twitch account, so it works on. Or are you talking about like from like the viewer standpoint, like you getting it to work on your side? Hopefully they make the tech cards legendary. If they make tech cards legendary, that'd be wild. It would be very, very interesting for sure. I think we go Thor and then Beta Ray, and then we use King Eitri, and then we rotate that in Quantum Tunnel. So like Dexter is best. So you're saying like while you're playing, you want to see your cards, right? If so, then it's just untapped. You download it and run it.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
So they're oppressive for a game that doesn't want people kicking each other's sandcastles. And then Hikusu, what is legendary? So one of the new data mined cards from the patch today, it's Isan or Essen, has the tag legendary. And then its ability is if each card in your if each card in your deck has a different power level, I don't know the exact phrasing, then each card has +2 power. And so I think it might be something like those big bads that are really deck defining for that building standpoint. Where you're, and we're just theorizing at this point, but I think it could be something where I didn't activate King Eitri. What are we doing? I think it could be something where you can only activate or only have like one legendary in a deck at a time. But right now we don't really know. Can't believe I forgot King Eitri. Oof. Well, if that's the case, I think we lose this. We could rotate the rocket. I'm not sure that does much for us. Yeah, and it's almost roll. Ooh, it is almost rollover time. So after this one, we'll run a. Man, what is with all the Storm Legion that we're getting hit with today? I think that's like 3 times. And like at the end of the day, we lose a max of 2 cubes on it. So it's not that big of a thing. It's just, it doesn't feel good to get hit with it. Scar, you said I'm theory crafting a Gwynpool Dracula deck right now. 2 cards hidden by Invisible Woman or Super Giant get revealed before Dracula discard or after. I think it comes down to order of play, if I'm not mistaken. For like end of game effects. And so like Captain Marvel, Invisible Woman, Dracula, I want to say are all dependent on the order they were played in. Wait, what does Invisible Woman's text say? If it's end of turn, then Invisible Woman would reveal first. So Invisible Woman is end of game as well. But Dracula is definitely at the end of the game. And so I know like that and Captain Marvel kind of pivot depending on which one was played first, because they're both at the end of game effects. Yeah, it should be the order that you play them in. But we are going to run a quick set of ads. I'm going to do 2 minutes since we'll have a new card to play around with. I'm going to do 2 minutes and we'll be right back, you guys. Don't go anywhere. Ooh, Invisible Woman goes before Dracula. And Super Hoove said, I know the game is pretty meh right now, but I just want to see you, my guy. Well, so Super Hoove, I hope to be doing some more frequent uploads, but I have been enjoying doing the streams. And so whenever I stream on Twitch, I make sure that it goes over to YouTube as well. Ooh, I need to be watching my stream so I get progress towards the drop. Said it happened to me. They played a Dracula on turn 4, and I played Invisible Woman 6. Ashong didn't kill their 8-power Morbius because she revealed first. Ooh. Drops Inception. Yeah, watching my own stream to get my own drops. I also need to watch some Marvel Rivals at some point. Should be about 30 seconds left. And then Nick the Greek Geek, welcome in. Happy Moonstone Day to you as well. Hopefully it's a good day. I'm thinking she is fairly restrictive for what she gives, but it could be one of those cards like Living Tribunal where we find a build that just absolutely makes her super relevant. But initially I'm thinking like my take on her is going to be kind of low, I think. And then Ben Broad's Fat Wallet, thank you for sharing some of that fat wallet with me via a Prime sub. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great one. I like this Kate Bishop variant. Not enough to buy it, but I do like it. All right, I have 2 keys. I have plenty of resources to get more, but let's see if we pull it into... maybe? There we go. Alright, we have a Black Swan variant. I want the other variant, so little, I'm thinking of just using tokens. Yeah. Like those other variants, they don't really stand out to me either. And so I only have 3,000 tokens. Otherwise, she might be a token purchase. And then we got it in 2, which is very, very nice. And then Bud Monkey, thank you so much for the resub with your Prime for 7 months now. Very much appreciate having you here. Have you seen the Annihilus variant in the new verse shop? No, I haven't. Ah, Calibrex, it took you 4 keys? Oof. Yeah, when I was brewing with her, I missed the word here. So I may have to rethink a few of the brews that I did with her. Because I was thinking she just copied all of your 1, 2, and 3 ongoing effects, and I thought she was going to be super, super strong. I missed the very last important word of here. Moonstone looks like a Patriot deck card. Yeah, she could fit in a Patriot deck, just like as an alternate way to get a second Patriot, I think could be pretty cool. The here is really the setback for me. Yeah, yep, I agree. I think she could still be maybe decent in like a Spectrum deck. Although we can't use her to copy the Cosmo, which I thought was one of her bigger draws. But we could double up on like Mojo. Just comes down to winning the other lane from there. Did the over there patch that particular... Yeah, the patch to give 2,000 tokens for the duplicate card, that's been done, yeah. So did they change the Conquest shop? Yeah, so they accidentally removed the premium mystery variant, and so then they updated it. I don't know what they took out or changed, but they did... Like, they had inadvertently removed it from the shop at the start of the season. So it's probably newly added back if you're just now noticing it. Yeah, she doesn't seem amazing, but we'll see. So with this one, she could double up on Ravona. Or Mystique. I was thinking it would be everywhere, which would be a lot less restrictive. Still give it a shot anyways. And I'm always curious what auto-generate does for a card on release. How's Victoria hand after 1 week? It's okay, but I think it's very skippable. Double lay. We played 10 minutes ago. I turned off your stream when I saw we matched. Did you win or lose? Either way, good game. So we have an interesting Patriot build as the auto-generated deck with Moonstone, which I think makes some decent sense. You can you can double up on Dazzler and Patriot in a singular lane. You can double up on like the Patriot Mystique. Actually, honestly, this one doesn't feel that bad. Going with Spectrum Gene ongoing deck using US Agent and Man-Thing, but not. Oh, but including Rogue. She's been out 5 minutes. Haven't played a game, so is she cracked or bad? She is broken. Beyond broken. There's also the cheeky idea of Cerebro 6. I think it's gonna be bad. I think most Cerebro is bad. But you have the chance to do like Cerebro, Mystique, Moonstone. And so you can have 4 Cerebros, 2, 4, 6, 8. So these would all go to what, 14 each for your 6 power cards? Enchantress will destroy her this week, unfortunately. Yeah, very potentially. And then Zilorm, thank you so much for the resub for 2 months at tier 1. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great one. And then the last one that I built was, it was the Victoria hand deck that I was running before. But I thought you could use it as a cheeky way to copy up on like the Cosmo. And so we're going to delete that one. Because I was really needing her to be able to slide to the side. Because you could copy on either Victoria or Cosmo with that one. And I thought it might make it worth at least slotting it in. Since it has to be stacked together, I don't think that one would work. See? My bad. And so this was the auto-generated, which looks like it has some potential. As far as the Patriot build goes, I'm not sure I'm crazy about like the Brood Captain America stuff going on. It's not awful either. Being able to double up on Ant-Man seems kind of cool. Dazzler. I think I'm going to start with the Spectrum. Hopes are kind of low for, expectations are kind of low for it. But it's kind of like I think a good starting spot. Then we may pivot into trying some of the others. Or we will pivot into trying the others. And then Polka King pulling Moonstone on the first go. Huge. Her and Cap can win a lane. Yeah, her and Cap can do some heavy work in a lane by themselves for sure. And then Georgie, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. Cranky Pancake, thank you so much for the resub for 1 month at tier 1. Very much appreciate having you here. Thank you for the 5 months. Hope you have a great stream. Moonstone hype? Moonstone hype for sure. I'm kind of low on Moonstone, but this is our first game. I think she might end up feeling a little bit clunky or awkward, but I think only time will tell. So Luke Cage in negative zone is huge. Next turn, we probably do something like Jean Grey in negative zone plus Nebula in mid. I think gives us a lot of... value. Unfortunately, we probably won't get the bonus from Ant-Man. But as long as they're not running a Doom 29-9 deck, I think we're fine. Can you confirm, are you a Pune Immortal? Yes or no? So I've been told. My title says I am not. Just got a 0-12 Galactus. That is nasty. Is that... How'd you get a 0-12 Galactus? You ever do this? We can always pivot the Ant-Man over. Go with this. Then Packers for life. Careful with Enchantress. Ooh, true. They did go very, very big into killing. But we did go just a little bit bigger. I mean, he might be able to make something happen. Worth it to keep pulling for Nocturne. Nocturne is kind of fallen off a fair amount. Like, Nocturne is a card that, in general, is pretty good value, but you could probably deal with not having it as well. If they have a loot cage of their own, we may be in trouble. I think we're just going to go Spectrum and assume that maybe they move a card out of Kiln.
Knowledge is power.
Oh, wait. Oh, wait. We lost that because we didn't play Moonstone. One day we'll have a full deck of cards you can move once. There's more and more of them are being printed. I think they've realized the strength of that, like, flexibility of cards and being able to reposition, which is both good and kind of scary. Like, those cards are very, very strong. All right, let's go Nebula. Ooh, it improved the iOS performance. Huge. Wonder if / how she would work in a Gilgamesh Zoo style. She might do decent, because you normally run like Dazzler, Ant-Man, and a few other decks like that, right? She might do decent in like a Gilgamesh, but I don't know that she's great in it either. Moonstone's so cracked that you always lose if you don't play her. I mean, it's a blessing and a curse for sure. I think we feed into Baxter Building. We make them have to play there. If we get Victoria Hand to double up on Ant-Man's pretty nice. Or not Victoria, Moonstone. Ooh, speed into Moonstone? No. Let's just go Moonstone for now. See what they play. She'll be a Patriot deck, one trick. I'm calling it. Maybe. Oh, the view? I didn't switch it back. Thank you. Thank you, Chase. Struggling today. Yeah, she could be decent in a Patriot deck. But I figured we'd try her in a variety of different builds. So I'm sure that they have Loot Cage. Do we ever Mojo? We could Mojo, we could Speed, we could US Agent. All of those are fantastic options for this lane. US Agent is probably the worst of them if they end up having Loot Cage. Speed is the highest impact, guaranteeing we could win Baxter Building. And then I think Mojo over to the side since they only have one spot left here. Looks like an Ajax deck. Yeah, I think we want to prioritize Luke Cage on the last turn. But otherwise, I think probably all right. Huge Moonstone. Agent, hurts a touch. If they have a Shang-Chi, we're in trouble. We could also do Spectrum, but I think it's more in the lines of this. Luke Cage, US Agent, that makes sure that our +6 from Mojo procs, we get the +4 back in mid. I guess 5 and 6. We get 6 more in mid. And then Foster, thank you so much for the resub with your Prime for 5 months. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great one. You said glad to see you back. I'm glad to be back. I've been playing and just kind of splitting my time between a lot of different games recently. And with the new year, I've tried to prioritize like being more active and getting back in shape, because I used to love to run. And I was building up to running long distances. I hurt my foot, and then my daughter was born, and I just never like got back into it. And then with juggling full-time job, full-time dad, and full-time content creation, I was I got much further out of shape than I would like to be. And so I'm trying to find a better balance of all of the different streams that I'm kind of dabbling in. Unbeaten when playing Moonstone. Absolutely correct. Moonstone, Victoria, hand with Quinjet. Might not be bad. Just looked at the changes, so basically nothing other than tokens. For the patch, most of the time patches are for like text changes and like bug fixes. The over-the-air is when we would expect to see like hard changes. And so I would expect Thursday to see or have a much better idea of what to expect. And then Slacker said you could hook up a treadmill and we could cheer you on while you jog and play Snap. So I've actually done a treadmill like walking stream before, but the cheap walking pads, they're not built to last, unfortunately. And so I've went through more of them than I would care to. What if we just throw a Moonstone kind of ominously? It's not going to affect anything yet, but eventually. And then you think Moonstone worth the keys? I think Moonstone's going to be an okay card. I think the biggest thing that is holding her back from being like very, very strong is the here text that's at the very end. And so she's one of those cards that she could either be like a complete flop or be really, really good and kind of define an archetype. I think there is a chance that she ends up being very, very strong in like a Patriot style of build, but we're still very early on. Ooh, big Luke Cage. Big Patriot Ultron potential, yeah. Yep, I agree, Gammon. I think that's a pretty big potential draw of hers as well. So they're not negatively afflicted here. We've kind of taken them here. We could go Spectrum and hope that they didn't play in mid. Go with this and hope that they don't play in right. I think it's just kind of a gamble of who's playing where. Oh, that is a huge Victoria hand. Look at that nastiness. With the Nico copy and everything. Oh my goodness. It's 11 power Victoria. That is huge. Munchie took us to town. She could be cracked if copying a good Mystique or Rogue. Yeah. Yep, I agree. And so one of the brews that I have with her is like a Tribunal build, with the idea that Mystique copies like an Onslaught or an Iron Man, and then you get another one in that lane to like really just shove it over the edge. What's the speed ability? Speed's ability is ongoing +1 power for each turn in which you spent all of your energy. And so it ends up being around like an 8 to 9 power card in decks that look to use their energy efficiently. Looks like it's time to play Enchantress Rogue Alioth plus Echo. Yeah, well, yeah. I feel like it'll probably divulge into that. That seemed really draw dependent. Yeah, the Nico getting the card copy spell is definitely not something you can rely on game in and game out. But when it happens, it was really, really nice. Like their combo paid off well. So we go ahead and waste 1 energy and go Nebula, or play out a US Agent. I like US Agent as a later game drop once they've already dropped like a 4 or 5 cost card. Might be good with Cap. I agree. The auto-generated deck that popped up for her actually didn't seem all that bad. And so I'm interested to run that one. It's a Patriot, like Brood, Ultron style deck, but it had Captain America in it to benefit from the Moonstone like directly. We're not going to get much benefit except for what, Mojo or Ant-Man. And then Odium, thank you so much for resubbing with your Prime for the 2nd month. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great one. With Luke Cage, not able to really affect that left lane. Yeah, let's get out of this one. I think we're gonna maybe pivot off of this one. It feels like it can grab wins, but it feels like Moonstone is definitely weaker, especially since we've seen, I think, Luke Cage every single game. It feels like maybe we could add, instead of Cosmo, maybe we add Captain America. Maybe we can refine it a bit, give her more good targets. I think we have to keep the Luke Cage with how much Affliction's floating around. I like Jean Grey, but maybe instead of Cosmo, go... maybe it's Captain America. You can also go Rogue, but... Scroll? I think with how many ongoings we're going to be seeing, Scroll might be. But it wouldn't really help the Moonstone line all that much. I feel like this isn't really the best moment to be running US Agent and Man-Thing. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're seeing a lot of Luke Cage. The problem with Spectrum ongoing decks is without that, a lot of times they feel kind of lackluster. Like they don't have enough oomph to win. Yeah, we could do Rogue. Either steal the opponent's Luke Cage or to steal like any of their other abilities, and then we can double up on it. So we just win the left lane. Between Ant-Man, Captain America, like Moonstone, all we have to do is focus on another one. Would be OP if Moonstone would work with Sera. Yeah. I agree. Big Cosmo. Good Spectrum. We don't want to fulfill Our Lady of Saints. Wait, did they fix Kate Bishop so she no longer like super delays or lags the game? Big anti-venom. We could get Nebula next turn. Nebula plus Moonstone might be okay. Awkward ad timing. Yeah, I missed the snooze on it. I apologize. So for them to get Ant-Man, they have to fill this lane. Do we ever Moonstone mid? Opponent's playing Moonstone mid for sure. Possibly. And so I think we're just going to lean in with Moonstone mid instead of, and kind of maybe sell the left lane a bit. Oh, that's a huge Iron Man. Wolf. Well. Spectrum would help us hold down this lane. We could also go Man-Thing US Agent. Could be pretty big. And just know that if they play mid, we get an extra, what, 12? We're going to give it a shot. Big Mystique left lane. We may have this one.
Iron Man.
Oof, huge Moonstone. Oh, that is a gorgeous card. But it ends up at a 0 power. Take it. So as far as on reveals, we had 1, 2. There were a series. There was exactly two ongoing cards. Oof. So had we thrown Man-Thing to the left, it would have been -4, so -8. We definitely would have lost here. I guess Captain America plus Ant-Man. Maybe we had a choice, but it is a really cool border on the gore. Gamer, well played. I'm playing something that probably dies in a mirror, but is otherwise doing pretty well. The Moonstone, the Moonstone onto the Mystique was huge, Gamer, and it honestly, you had a good shot at that one. It's just the gore, since there's a lot of ongoings right now, the gore didn't scale. Otherwise, you had it absolutely easily. Them sacrificing mid seems crazy. Since we had Mojo plus Moonstone, it was going to be another plus 12. So they would have had to invest pretty heavily into mid to like flip it. And so at least 6 just to match the extra power we would get. And then also, I need to also respect Spectrum. Yeah. And then also the Spectrum was a possibility. Moonstone mid would have won mid. Yeah, but then had we done Spectrum, I don't think they would have won the other lanes. I think it's just a tough call either way. Which, by the way, I'm running for surprise value. So you're not running the Spectrum? I hadn't thought about not running the Spectrum. Munchie absolutely dominated us a couple of games ago. I think he took us for 4. And on like dropping Spectrum, maybe a line you could go with, yeah. Because a lot of times we're pretty reliant on our other abilities, and we have some pretty good output otherwise. Might be worthwhile. Echo is such an underrated card. I think especially today, I feel like we're gonna see a lot of value in Echo, like today specifically. Let's do Captain America. See if we can hold down the Iron Patriot lane, so that they don't get the discount on their generated card.
Assemble.
Only brings us to 9 though. Okay.
Time's up.
we think they play in both? No.
Victory.
Moonstone goes crazy on TVA? I don't know, because you don't really have enough time to build up multiple lanes. And so then a lot of times it feels like Moonstone would be in a lane by herself. That here text on her that like threw me for a complete loop. I was thinking she was going to be cracked whenever I thought she just copied all of your 1, 2, and 3s everywhere. But turns out she's pretty decent otherwise. Like, she's been performing okay so far. Yeah, you could do Mr. Fantastic for +4. But it might be Cope as well. I think Captain Marvel is a little bit more flexible in like where and how you play it. So if we go Mojo, Jean, whatever on 3, or whatever on 4, fill it up on 5, I think we might have a shot. I think she's just too lonely to be great. And it could be one of those cards that, like, maybe it's missing, like, one future card that just absolutely makes it go crazy in the future. But, honestly, I was thinking she was going to be pretty bad. She doesn't feel awful. So far, she's felt like the impact that she does provide has been pretty cool. Even, like, some of the decks that the opponents have been running with, like, the Iron Man or, like, copying or doubling down on those, like, higher impact favorite cards has been pretty cool. I really thought the Black Swan variant was a joke until I saw it in the shop. What Black Swan variant? I don't think I saw a Black Swan variant. Alright, let's go speed. New York does make it a little bit tricky because they can always pivot out with the misery. Oh, they're going for all of our cards. Ah, they got our Luke Cage. Rough. We really don't care to play the man thing. Right now, if they have our US agent, it's not a big issue. Nothing that we've played is above that point.
Opponent snapped.
They killed Red Wing now. I feel like Red Wing will still be super interesting in like a movement kind of deck, but I think it puts a pretty hefty limitation on it for sure.
Assemble.
David, so if you do exclamation point drops, I need to do one for inventory as well. But the second link is for the inventory. Alright, so they went Limbo. We do get Moonstone. They destroyed any of our cards? No. We move... move Jean and Mojo, and then stack Moonstone in mid to double up on Speed and Captain America, and then throw Spectrum. With the Fenris, I'm expecting to see a Shang-Chi, which makes me a little bit worried here, especially with the Moonstone. If they take out our Captain America, we're in quite a bit of trouble. But maybe the Jean Grey in... Oh, no. Okay. They're going to full cap the right lane anyways. Oof. I'm very, very worried for mid. Very, very worried for mid. Oh, That Shang-Chi on their end is looking spicy. Are the Scream Nurse live? Or is that what Scream Nurse? Milk and Jor. Has there been a leak? Like leaked patches? I think we lose as long as they have Shang-Chi. They're changing how steel works. She doesn't work if they have Luke Cage. Oh. Luke Cage is just so strong as like a splash tech card. He was already strong. Will she... Will it retroactively change it? It's not a nerf. They're saying she was bugged. She should work like Rocket Groot. Yeah, it's been that way for a long time, though. I think we're going to back out of this one. I feel like they probably have Shang-Chi.
Escaped.
Pulsey said, I didn't say it was true. But what they're saying is, or claiming. Gotcha. If we had a Cosmo there, could have maybe saved it. And then Vikaru, thank you so much for resubbing with your Prime for 2 months. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great one. And then Devoot said, "Hi TLSG, you missed your streams. I missed doing the streams. Hopefully you guys have all been doing well." I regret not getting speed though. Speed was one that at the time the other 3 costs just felt like it was more. You got more value out of it, whether it be like a Nocturne or whatever the other 3 cost cards that were just dominating at the time. But slowly but surely, like value curve style decks have kind of risen up, and speed fits in those very, very well. Howard is better than Nebula. Changed my mind in this deck. I mean, I almost stopped reading after you said Howard. Moonstone with Ant-Man is enough for 1 lane. If you can throw either Iron Man or Mystique, copying Iron Man later. That's true. Moonstone with Ant-Man is usually pretty big, especially if you end up going Spectrum, for sure. Man, we missed all of our small cards, and so everything that we have right now is big. I also thought of like a Mobius Strong Guy Moonstone, so you can double up on that, but I feel like it's more work than it's worth a lot of the time. We can do Man Thing. Next turn would be like Luke Cage plus maybe US Agent. I'm a fairly new player. Should I get Moonstone and the rest of the cards in the spotlight? Depending on how far you are. Nocturne used to be very, very good. It's not as great anymore. It's not bad, especially like maybe for an earlier on collection. It's not bad at all. But it really depends on how far your collection is. I would say Moonstone is it's still very early on. Like, she may end up being rather unimpactful. What happens if someone plays Jean on Morag? Used to, it would lock you out of the game. But now you can just play normally. I would say Black Swan is decent only in like a very small subsect of decks. Nocturne is pretty flexible, but not necessarily like deck defining anymore. I would say there's probably better cards or better spotlights that will come out. A big Malekith with whatever else is here. Hit the Moonstone US agent. I'm not sure that it wins us left. Because they probably do... I guess they have to play in Crimson Cosmos first. Maybe. Maybe between those two, Moonstone giving us the 12 onto Mojo. But if they get a couple of discards out of like an Apocalypse, we're still probably in trouble. What's Moonstone's text again? Moonstone is an ongoing card that has the ongoing effects of your 1, 2, and 3 cost cards at that location. That last here statement absolutely blew my mind. Because I thought it was copying them across the whole board, and I thought she was going to be very, very strong. But with the here restriction, it's a bit tougher. So this one has performed decently so far. I don't think it's crazy, and probably not the like long-term application I think we see for Moonstone, but it hasn't been bad by any means. Let me do one more. That should put us at 10. No, we do 2 more. I'll do 10 for each of the different decks that we've brewed, at least to start. So hard to form initial impressions. Yeah. The first few days, it's all mirror matches or counter heavies. And so you have to really try to like read between the lines of like how good a card's strength feels if you weren't hitting either mirror matches or the same counters every single game. So initial impressions, she feels like she can really help you elevate and win a lane. I think she could be good in Patriot. Maybe you see her in like a cheeky Leaving Tribunal or a few other ways to build her. I think there's some decent potential there for sure. And then Pones alone, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. Spider Island is tricky. I think we're just going to go Mojo plus Ant-Man. Next turn, we'll see. Rest in peace, Ant-Man. Ongoing cards also feel especially bad when there are mirrors. True. I hate Spider Island. Tuna. Yeah, Spider Island is probably one of my... I would say probably one of my least favorite, if not my least favorite location. I'm going to go ahead and play Man-Thing into mid, or into the right lane. We're going to fill it up. We have Spectrum to buff it up a little bit later. I don't know that we'll actually hit it or if it'll even be enough. But it gives us a +3 energy for the rest of the game. So when we turn off the super flow, we'll be fine. And maybe it gives us enough cards to eventually land something in Spider Island. I hope. You said Crimson Cosmos exists? That's true, but Spider Island feels much more like restrictive. Much more restrictive. Speed, Frigga, Victoria hand. Big ones for sure. Let's do just Nebula. Let's see. We have 8, so we'll have 9 energy next turn. There's a 3 out of 4 chance that we can play a card and stick it into Spider Island. I don't really want to drop Spectrum yet. I want to use that on the last turn. Scroll value, Enchantress main counter. Yeah. Scroll, Enchantress, Rogue can be pretty decent. You can also hit them with some clutter if like you can tell that they're stacking a certain lane to get a certain amount of value. The opponent runs the loot cage. Yeah, you're probably right. Oh, and we didn't get our loot cage, or haven't yet. Yeah, we might be in trouble. Spider is one of my favorite things to Galactus. Yeah, I think it's definitely a good one in Galactus for sure. Oof, that Red Guardian retrigger. If we hit Luke Cage, we get an extra 4 power onto the Ant-Man, plus whatever happens with the Spectrum. We hit the 1 out of 4. That's super unfortunate. I don't think we can win, right? We do this. We do this. It wins the left lane, probably. But does it ever overpower the right? 2, 4, 6? No. Jump out of that one. And then Safwing, how you doing? I'm doing well. Hopefully you're doing well as well. I'm enjoying Moonstone for the most part. We're still getting a feel for it. I have a few decks that I wanted to try. But in general, I'm doing very well. Didn't even win left, did it? So our Nebula would have scaled by 2. I don't know. It would have been close. If they had a Luke Cage, probably not. I think it's time to try Ultron. You're probably right. But instead, I'm going to try the good old Moon Tribunal. And then you said I'm going to spend 10 pounds. Should I buy the Ant-Man stuff with 1,000 tokens or the premium bundle for the Abomination variant stuff? I would say the premium... The regular season pass is the most value. After that, it's the gold pass, where you get gold every day for logging in. And then I'm not sure on like the currency conversion for the Ant-Man bundle, but I think you get more out of the purchase than the premium, the premium upgrade, which just gives you like the Abomination variant, some borders, I think, and then the extra 10 levels, which overall don't end up giving you a whole lot.
Avengers! Assemble.
Maybe this is a bit too heavy-handed. Iron Lad did a couple of decent things. I think instead I'm just going to go anti-venom. Did you see the cartoon Annihilus? I have not. Is it the one from... And then Dan Exter said, commenting on the pass value. When you buy both the season pass and the gold pass, you get extra 500 gold. Yeah, both of those are very, very high value. Those are the ones that I typically will purchase. Without magic, we may be in some trouble. May not be able to like hold our own. Looks like we're going against a Spectrum deck. Maybe we do Sera and see what we can do on the last turn. Cosmo US agent. I assume they use their card here to fill this one. We try to pull the Iron Lad? Or try to pull the Super Scroll? Also Iron Man to try to double up on this lane. Hoping that they kind of abandon Throne Room.
Knowledge is power.
And actually, I didn't do the math. I don't know if this wins in the left. Probably should have done the math. Maybe 3, so 6. Yeah, I think it does. Yeah, I did see someone mention the cartoon Annihilus, but I haven't looked at it. Should have used Punisher in the last deck. Yeah, I think Punisher is probably a decent one for sure. And it looks like it's time for a quick set of ads. I'm going to run to the restroom real fast, and then we'll be right back, you guys. All right, we're back. What are the new cards? The new cards coming called again? The Arshan one? Eson. E-S-O-N. Maybe it's Essen, but that's the one that's going to be tagged as legendary. Speaking of Annihilus, can they please revert Sentry to a 410? I feel like, I don't know. I know when Annihilus and Sentry are super, super strong, it's kind of frustrating from a gameplay standpoint. I honestly haven't missed it. Sentry died for Surtur's Sin. And then Eson looks like a cool deck building puzzle. I agree, Georgie. I think that's one of the cards that I'm looking forward to the most, just because it is such a like a cool idea that it'll be interesting to see how it's built up. Essen is already hyping himself up. He's already calling himself legendary. I think legendary will probably be restricted to like one legendary card per deck. And then I think they retroactively go back and add like Arisham, Thanos, and a few other things. Sebastian Saw, Scarlet Spider, Brood. Interesting. Maybe you can fit Galacta in there as well. Could be really, really cool. All right, let's go Anti-Venom. I wasn't sure if we would want Galacta or Gwynpool more, and so it's the trade-off there. You don't get to run both, but like I think it creates a really cool puzzle for the deck building perspective that I think is gonna be really, really cool to see. So we can go Iron Man plus Living Tribunal last turn, but we don't have Luke Cage anymore. So this doesn't slingshot back to 9 power, unfortunately. Yeah, I think Galacta is definitely more consistent. I agree. This adds 8 power. Don't think Iron Lad would add more than that. Oh, wait. There we go. What's in the Twitch drops? Boosters, credits, and a premium mystery variant. As long as they don't stop this from happening, this is pretty big. It's not, I guess because it's going to be split 3 ways, it's not as big. I don't know. We'll still see it play out. Yeah, it's not as big as I was thinking. Yeah, not going to be enough to win, is it?
I am Iron Man.
And then 2-Place just coming into the stream after finishing Kim Lab. Hopefully Kim Lab went well, 2-Place.
Iron Man.
Such is my judgment.
Not quite enough. Who's Isan? Squirrel is shy? Yeah, I haven't seen Squirrel since we started running the deck. If Luke Cage had not gotten dominated by Red Guardian, it was an easy win. But unfortunately he did. So Isan is a card. His text is he's labeled as legendary. And then if every card in your deck is a different power level, so like you build it with unique power levels, then all of them get +2. And so it happens at the game start. You don't even have to necessarily play Isan. I think he's either 6'8" or 6'13". I don't remember which one. And then Ulufa, he said, my stupid butt at the beginning of every month. WTH ads. I just subscribed to TLSG over a month ago. Yeah. It happens faster than you would think. Yeah, it's 6'13". Oh, I thought I was like imagining that. But 6'13" with that ability, it's definitely legendary status. It's better than a Hulk, and it has the cool deck building impact. Definitely like it for sure. Do we ever just leave the collapse mine? We can go magic into like Iron Man, Onslaught. I guess it'd be probably Iron Man. Maybe we go anti-venom first. I think Mr. Fantastic would be okay with Moonstone. I don't know if the +4 in each lane would be like big enough though. Yeah, we don't know what legendary means. A lot of people are assuming that it means that you can only add like 1 per deck, which I think is okay. I think that's a really cool idea, so that you don't stack a whole bunch of frustrating cards together or all together. A Super Scroll could be really, really good mid if they ended up trying to build up on this with a Moonstone. Free Moonstone and Aryan is pretty cool. We don't quite have enough space to, I think, make full use of it, but it'd always be like this would be low without an onslaught. Actually, they're all pretty low without an onslaught. Sera for now. Are we ditching left? I'm thinking Living Tribunal could give us the staying power for left. Assuming we pull Living Tribunal, but is there already text to the new cards? Yeah, on snap.fan you can see a lot of the new card text. Living Tribunal would be 5, 6, 7, 8. Not gonna do it. Unless we slap a Moonstone down, then we could do. Wait, it's not 5, is it? 6, 7, 8. No, what are we doing? No, it would be 5 because of Sera. As long as we pull Living Tribunal, we're fine.
Minions.
I have to admit, I'm getting card burnt out. I think, yeah, I could see that. And without things rotating out, I think it becomes congested as well. Well, that is definitely not a Living Tribunal. Think we can ever snap and scare him off?
Oh, snap. Victory.
You have to play Moonstone into the lane where the other ongoings are? You do. Yeah, Super Scroll would copy Mr. Fantastic, but it wouldn't win us mid. Ooh, how much is Super Scroll Fantastic on Onslaught? We could have always tried for like, so Super Scroll here would be 2 or 8 power mid that would have shifted. But yeah, Moonstone specifies here, unfortunately. Yeah, I think it's 8. And then Wrathchild, thank you so much for the Prime resub for 9 months. Very much appreciate you. Hopefully you're having a fantastic one. Super Scroll and Iron Man on Onslaught. Yeah. We may have been able to hold our own. Like left definitely would have won. An extra like 8-ish in mid. Maybe could have done it as well. Two by 6? I thought it would have been 2 doubled. 4. And then doubled 2 more times? Maybe not double. I don't know. Either 8 or 12. The Onslaught math always confuses me.
Opponent
So
snap.
it's times 6? Gotcha. And so just 6 times 2. Blue must have gotten a good hand. Big start. I'm guessing they have Iron Patriot. So I kind of want to snap back here. So the Hydra Bob moves again. But we don't really have a competing hand. I think we're just going to have to let them have the Iron Patriot. I fully expect Iron Patriot. Magic, decent. With Luke Cage, we're going to leave the sewer system. We can't really compete for the sewer system, so we're just going to kind of give that one up. Big Juggernaut. Fine. Hopefully their Iron Patriot card was just bad. If you Mystique an Onslaught, would Moonstone copy? Moonstone would copy it, Bones. So then you'd have 3 Onslaughts in a lane. Then if you slotted it with just like an Iron Man, would be nasty. I kind of want to throw out Moonstone. Oh man, Moonstone's dead. Maybe we should have thrown it into mid. Oh well. Whew. That was short-lived for sure. One police. Yeah, with the Juggernaut, the Negasonic, getting absolutely bamboozled. Oh wait, no. Oh no. If we're gonna do the Chimichanga, we want to do it after the Iron Man. Or before the Iron Man. I have another Negasonic too.
Minions to me.
I am Iron Man.
Interesting to note, Mystique doesn't copy Moonstone's borrowed ongoings. It should. Still have a shot. Yeah, we have a shot. But how do we want to play it? We know that they're going to play a Negasonic. So we can't do the Mystique. We would almost want to do like Living Tribunal. And then just kind of burn this lane. Do the Sera. We could also do like a Mystique Luke Cage and assume it's gonna get destroyed. Go mid. Watch them have Red Guardian too. They might. But then from there, we can't really get much into the right lane. Whoa.
The mystery intrigues me.
Whoa, the Negasonic to the left. Crazy. We have a 50-50 of being a huge, huge comeback. There's a copied Negasonic that's already trigger again. It should. But I guess I don't know for sure. Ooh, yeah. The Eliath time? Probably. Seeing this deck, I would expect an Eliath. Then two plays, she said. Ooh, Black Bolt. Okay. It's a 50-50 of a big comeback here. Huge onslaught. Let's go. Into the Mystique copying the onslaught.
Behold my mighty hand.
They didn't want us to have fun, but we had fun anyways. Living Tribunal decks are one that it finds sneaky ways. It's very counterable, but it finds sneaky ways to output just ridiculous amounts of power. How do they not Negasonic the right side? I don't know. That's where they messed up for sure. Tribunal and Patriot. Ooh, running a hybrid Spectrum Patriot Ultron Moonstone deck. How's that doing, Cash? And then two plays, she said, I'm curious if they'll change some current cards to become legendary. I think they should. So like, I think Arsham and Thanos would be ones that I could definitely see getting that added to. One broken phone right there. Yeah. And then Lamar, you said that's why I love this game. I really, that's one of the reasons why I like the game too, or love the game, and why I initially like was so drawn to it. Is that if you can read your opponent and you play to your outs, a lot of times you can find some really sneaky ways to get some really good plays going. There has been a lot of RNG, extra RNG that's been introduced, and so some of that from the initial allure has kind of maybe been dampened down a little bit, but still absolutely love the game. I think we magic to the left. Next turn is probably Sera. And then we look to just stack up on our onslaught. So far I've moved up from 84 to 86 on ladder. Huge cash. Hopefully you're able to take it all the way to infinite. I don't think legendary will be a restriction. You don't think so? I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know. That's the, for me, that's the most, it feels like what would be the most likely jump to conclusion. That's like what initially popped in my head, and it seems like what popped into a lot of others. Doesn't necessarily mean that that's exactly how it's going to play out, because honestly, we don't know anything about it. So it could be anything. Regis made an RNG deck. The video was crazy. Yeah, I feel like Regis does some really cool, like interesting, fun stuff. And an RNG deck feels right up his alley for sure. What if we go Sera? We know they're probably going to have a cannonball and arrow, so we have to be kind of mindful of what we play and where. Maybe a Stegron. Depending on what we draw next turn, we could always onslaught into the Sera to get the double discount on all of the rest of our cards. So if it's not restrictive, we have a new biggest deck coming. Yeah. Yeah, with the Agamotto, Thanos Arsham. It would be wild. Fully expect to never see your cards. We're likely gonna Magneto to clog the Sera lane. Potentially, if they have it, yeah. Or at least clog it a bit more. Maybe they DC. You get Mystique. Do we try to dig with Iron Lad? And then Roram, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. We could try to dig with Iron Lad. We could also, I think we're just going to onslaught onto the Sera. Let's do Ravona first, and then onslaught. That gives us a few more options. Our last card played will be the onslaught, so if we decide to copy it with Mystique, we can, depending on what we draw. Deck building for Isan is going to be funky. I think it's going to be really interesting to see those decks play out. I just got US Agent Moonstone though, and that didn't feel good. Yeah. Yeah, that's Moonstone's gonna make U.S. Agent hit even harder.
Victory.
It does look like their phone died or they DC'd. But it's time for a quick set of ads. I'm gonna check on the stats on this deck to see how many games we've played, how it's doing, and then we'll jump back in here in just a minute and a half. We'll be right back, you guys. It's pronounced Ison. I'll try and remember that. I'll probably still mess it up, but I'll try my best. We'll be right back, you guys. Let me update my title. Moonstone is here now. And then Chunderman, thank you so much for resubbing for 12 months at Tier 1 for the 7th month. Welcome back. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. So glad you could be here. Check on the updated stats. Can you make a deck with 12 different powers? Yeah. Yeah, so there's the negative powers, there's 0 through... Well, Ison is going to be one of them, so it's 11, because Ison is 13 by himself. So it's only 11 extra that you have to change. How many decks do you have brewed for Moon? I had about 4. I'm interested in to see how the Patriot does. But about 4. The first one ended up right around 50%. This one so far we're 4-1. I don't think it's largely because of Moonstone. I actually don't know if we've been able to benefit from Moonstone at all. But right now with this one we're 4-1. I have a few decks if you need. How have the decks that you've been trying? How have they been working out, Roar? Ison decks could be weirdly predictable. Yeah, like I think it would boil down to a couple of kind of known builds. So like you see a Galacta, you know that they're not going to have. You eliminate so many potential cards. So if you see a 3-cost, you know that they don't have a Shang-Chi. A few things like that. But they're also just getting more raw power out on the board, which I think also pretty scary. Seems really good with Cerebro and Ravona decks. The Ravona decks to double up on the Ravona. For the Cerebro decks, are you talking about Cerebro 6? Because I made one and I felt like it was going to be pretty bad. But I did just... I haven't tried it yet. I haven't built out. Give it a shot. Whenever I can. We have... we have Iron Man into Onslaught next turn. Into Mystique plus Living Tribunal last turn. Anti-Venom hit a huge card for us. But seeing Luke Cage, Anti-Venom, this could... Oh, no, it's a Devil Dino. You can play her in C3, just put her in the US Agent lane. And make sure that you get US Agent. We could do Onslaught, or maybe we just play Living Tribunal. Oh, this is the last turn? Oh my gosh. Thank you. Thank you, Turf Doctor. I don't know why I thought I had a magic down. In that case, that makes our play a bit easier. It's a Mystique Living Tribunal and lock in right. pretty good size gore. And then Omega Droid, thank you so much for the Prime
Hey,
sub,
welcome. It took you long
launching
enough.
us into a hype train. Thank you so much for being here.
Iron Man.
Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. So double up on them. Yeah, we're fine.
Victory.
I was thinking we had one extra turn. I don't know why. So the deck itself, I think, is doing well for like the decks that we're going up against, but I don't think it's largely or necessarily because of Moonstone. It would be cool to do Ravonna and then stack Moonstone on top of it to get the double reduction in like your Iron Man Mystique. I just haven't seen that to do it yet. Why Surtur basically disappeared from the game? They brought it down by like a point, but it's still a pretty good, pretty impactful deck. I just one that, yeah, I guess you don't see much. Surtur getting a lot of new cards on the way. Yeah. There's some surges coming for it too. It could be that it's just a very linear, like straightforward deck. Moonstone worth to 6,000. It's still very, very early on. I've enjoyed Moonstone, honestly, more than I thought I would. But I don't know. It's way too early to tell, because a lot of times on the first day, really all you're facing is other people experimenting with Moonstone or running direct counters to it, and so it's really hard to get a good gauge of that overall strength that a card's going to be. We could throw out an Iron Lad, or we throw out a Moonstone for at some point in the future. All I've seen with Moonstone is Patriot, Tribunal, or Victoria Hand. Yeah. I tried a Spectrum deck, and it just did okay. We could do Super Scroll to copy the Moonstone to have 2 Moonstones. Kind of interesting. But right now we don't have anything that really benefits heavily from it. Big Ravonna. So we could make this lane pretty big. This would be 3 Iron Men. We could go Onslaught onto the Sera to get the second Onslaught. Or to get the second Sera. That opens up a little bit of flexibility. Yeah, I kind of like the Sera Onslaught. I think it's a little bit safer of a play. To go Onslaught onto the Moonstone Ravonna. So this lane is like cracked. This is such a huge lane. And then... I think either way, we would be heavily hoping for Living Tribunal. US Agent? Oh. Okay, we probably don't want to do this with the Super Scroll. Because the US Agent. If we hit Living Tribunal, then it just wipes the board. 1 out of 3 times that works. So statistically, we should retreat here, but I'm going to stick it out just to see what happens. Big double Iron Man.
I am Iron Man.
With the Moonstone, that's the nasty lane. Isn't Scroll to play? So Scroll would copy the US agent in this right lane, which would be pretty problematic. I mean, it may have been the play we should have went with, because then we would elevate across. But I think the issue was always going to be, how do we win multiple lanes? We got anti-venom. We didn't find the Tribunal. The worst hit. Yeah, the worst hit for sure. But I mean, either Luke Cage or anti-venom, neither one of them would have done it for us. 768 minus US agent. But with the way that the multiplicative works, so Super Scroll would have been -4. Plus, if I did the onslaught, it would be -8. -16 with the moon. Yeah, you're probably right. We probably would have been fine. Oh, Cal 303. Thank you so much for the resub with your Prime for 2 months. Very much appreciate having you here. So I like the Living Tribunal deck. I don't really care. I don't feel like Ravona is doing the heavy lifting in it. I did this one as an auto generation, but honestly, it didn't look too bad. Scroll works weird with Moonstone. How so? Oh, by copying the opponent's Moonstone. Yeah, and then Scroll would have got Luke. We just didn't know they were going to play Luke. And then Calibrex. Sorry to say this, but I think I can watch this for longer. Have a nice time. I always get a good giggle, Calibrex. We could do the Squirrel Girl, but I think we... Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and Squirrel Girl. No, we don't have a turn 2 play anyways. We're going to hold off. Do I like Proxima? I always get roasted. I know now I know that it's probably, or most likely should be pronounced Proxima. But I always hard emphasize the E. There are other streamers that have a running summary of how the new decks are going. It would be cool if we had a new card command that showed current stats instead of asking over and over. Let's see. I think this, and then the untapped profile. It's okay. Another streamer threw in a second I in Kyera. I mean, I unironically accidentally pronounced Agent Coulson whenever it was being released as Agent Collusion, and have not lived that one down. And so with the untapped profile, like, you can click on it and you can see all of my like decks that I've been running that are tracked, to see how they're going as well. I think it would be a heavier lift for the like running summary. I really like the idea, but I'd have to find a way to put it into implementation. At least the profile kind of works for now. All right, so Malekith to pull like a Patriot, Ant-Man, Captain America. Would be pretty nice. We could always go Moonstone. I'm gonna go Malekith. Sometimes Coulson does feel like Agent Collusion. It's fair. That's very, very fair. But I didn't mean to do it in like a quippy way or anything. All right, so we get the Patriot, which is... It is what it is. We won't be able to do Moonstone plus Mystique next turn. But we can Mystique the Blue Marvel. help us out a touch here. Maybe it's like Mystique plus like a Brood. Because we'll have a last turn kind of surprise Patriot, which might be nice. He said man the spotlight Black Swarm or Black Swan and Nocturne. Yeah. They were variants for sure. So if we do Brood, it's 2, 4, 6, but 2 of them go up to 7, 8, 9, 10, so it's 10. 13, 16 extra here. Or is it more beneficial to just go like Captain America? It would be a 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 power left. I guess if that's the case, yeah, that'd be better than the Dazzler. Yeah, I think right is gone. We might lose left to like a Mystique. But I think this is what we're gonna... Oh, and actually, Mojo World may be gone too.
Avengers! Assemble.
Patriot only adds +2? Yeah. Yeah, with the Collector, we're not quite going to be able to get there. Oh, and they snap there. Wait. We tie that lane? We lose the point differential, though. A lot closer than I thought it would be. Not quite. Not quite able to make it. The Agent Coulson was big for him. Generate that little bit of extra onto the Collector to push them up for that tie. He said, is Moonstone good? It's really early on to tell. I would say there's some hands or draws where Moonstone can be very, very strong. I think it's just a question of how consistent is she. Because like I think it's one where if you draw out of order, it can really, really mess up your ability to play it well or to get much value out of her. But still very, very early on to tell. Like the decks that we're seeing with her right now may look vastly different in like a day or two. No way bro's playing butt. I play butt all the time, it feels like. And he beats me most of the time. And then 2 place, you said I never mind when people mispronounce names accidentally, but it really annoys me when they do it on purpose. Yeah, I always try my best to pronounce correctly if I can. Sometimes it's just not great. Ooh, so Cerebro. We may be seeing a Cerebro 6 situation. I don't know if I want to stack... I don't think I want to stack Captain America onto it. Brave Cerebro player. Very brave Cerebro player. But always has some really interesting and fairly cohesive builds. And so I would expect something pretty solid. I think I'm going to Moonstone right. We could maybe find Patriot, Mystique, Patriot, and then Ultra on the follow-up turn. Could be good as well. The Cerebro deck I was talking about earlier. I have a Cerebro deck built out. I'm not sure how good it would be, but I do have one built out. Moonstone's not doing Moonstone-y things here. Sewer is good for us. He could have a loot cage built in. Otherwise, yeah, it's very good for us. I know in my version of the Cerebro 6, I have a loot cage just for like the negative affliction and other like common steel power type effects. And so, but may have one slotted as well. I think the correct name pronunciation is BU++. I mean, it could be. Yep. Oh, wait. But the Iron Lad hitting Star-Lord is awful, because that does break their bonus. Oh, well. I don't think it's as bad as... pulling every rock in the deck. If the last card we play is a Khazar, then Mystique copies the Khazar. This becomes 2, 4, 6. No, we still don't win here. We have to abandon that lane. Play Khazar last? Yeah. Yeah, we would want to do the rocks for last. But, so Khazar and a Khazar is only 4, 6, 11 power. So we lose even with what's there now. I pronounce it Khazar? Yeah, I've heard that pronunciation as well. No, I don't think that's weird. That may be the correct way. I have no idea. Yeah, I think we lose this one. Our rocks are just... Oh yeah, there's the loot cage, which is big. And so it looks like it. Honestly, it looks very... I mean, we only saw half the deck. But the half of the deck that we saw, I think, mirrors what I had built into mine. Star-Lord with Iron Lad could be a problem. So I may have actually cut the Iron Lad. I don't remember. Nope, we have the Iron Lad. For the 4 costs, we could have went something other than the White Queen. I figured White Queen was probably okay. And then Killmonger was kind of just a flex spot. I guess we could, instead of Killmonger, we could maybe go with a... maybe it's a Ravonna that we throw. We could also go Dazzler, couldn't we? Dazzler would be, I guess, okay. It wouldn't be awful. An Invisible Woman doesn't necessarily have to slot into it. Is there an ongoing 2 cost to replace Star-Lord? So well, the biggest draw of Star-Lord is the 6 power. Is this a C6 deck? Yeah. Iron Man. Ooh, Iron Man. True. And then Butt Squad. Welcome in. But maybe instead of the... I mean, we could do it without Invisible Woman, honestly. Invisible Woman a lot of times feels kind of like a crutch. But if we have Ravonna, I think Iron Man is a good shout. Not running White Queen? Shadow King to reset Star-Lord, or Iron Lad into Star-Lord. That's such a niche pull, though, that it doesn't happen all that often. Ravonna Moonstone makes it nasty. And then War Machine. I think War Machine could be a potentially good call. Too bad hits with Lad. We could also go something like Scroll. Annihilus is my last card. Ooh. Just in case you hit in, kind of like get afflicted. So I did run. I did have Hood over like the Invisible Woman, but I had cut it just a second ago because I actually haven't ran the deck. I assumed it was going to be bad. We have a lot of 4s. At one point, I had wanted to slot in a Zabu, but I just didn't think it made the cut. Annihilus Hood's the last bit instead of the War Machine. Yeah, I feel like that last one, it could honestly be any of the like 4/6s. 4, 5, 6 for like the Annihilus. But you said that bit feels like the weakest part of it. And then Dexter is best. You said, what collection level did you get all cards? Back in my day, there wasn't a Series 4 or 5, and Series 3 was pretty limited. I think I finished, I want to say it was like collection level 3000. But yeah, with Zabu, the 4 costs aren't awful. We'll give it a shot. I was Butt Squad. If you're still hanging around, I was surprised that because I had brewed this just before the card came out, expecting it to be pretty inconsistent, and then you were running at least the 6 cards that you had in your deck were the same as what I had in mind, and so I figured I'd give it another glance. Hope the deck is successful. Yeah, it was around 3,000, I think, was the average back in the earlier days of Snap. And then when they added Series 4 and 5, oof, was that a money sink for a while. The Spotlight keys and the tokens were a big upgrade, but it was a big money sink for a bit. I remember when they released the Series 4 and Series 4 and Series 5, I think I was spending a couple $100 a week to try to keep up with the new card. It's much more accessible now, but it still requires like a decent amount of commitment. Shuri was busted. Yeah, Shuri was busted when she came out for sure. I love when Grandpa tells stories of the olden days. Back in the glory days, back in my time. We didn't have no Arsham. Got our extra energy the good old-fashioned way. Now let's do Hood. Probably Hood, Luke Cage. Annihilus is actually going to come in kind of handy for that sewer system. Oh, Devil Dino was a great card back in my day. That and Nova. Nova was busted. It used to give +2 to every card on your board. And so Nova was just everywhere. Every single deck was like Nova Carnage to get value. 3-cost Dino that had a... Yeah, 3-cost Dino was crazy too. Go ahead and throw Annihilus. Depending on what we draw. Moonstone, Maximus could be decent. 4 or 5 Mr. Negative. Yeah, Mr. Negative was Mr. Positive back in the day. And honestly, he wasn't super impactful for a while. Up until there was like the negative serotonin deck that came out. Hellcow was a 2-cost card. I think it was a 2/6, something absurd. I used to like running a Sera with Hellcow plus Hella, because then you could discard nothing the last turn you drop a 1/6 and a 5 to resummon those discarded cards. Wild. A Moonstone onto the Cerebro would bring us up a bit. And then if Starlord triggers here, then that's a big win. And I think I'm going to go Demon over Maximus. I don't think they'll have a Devil Dino, but just in case. Hellcow changed a lot. Hellcow changed an awful lot. And then Aruda Curious. I'm doing well. Hopefully you're doing well as well. Remember when pixel variants were cool? I don't, Nicolas Cage. I may have missed that season.
Victory.
Can you not use Galacta in C6? I mean, you could. But from what I've seen, whenever you try to do like the iffier plays, it makes it really restrictive on like games where you don't get an ideal draw. So like there used to be like you use Carnage in Cerebro 4 and make sure that you only eat one card, and it makes it really, really situational. Like it can work, but I think it makes it harder to play. So I think if it's harder to play or less consistent, then it performs less or performs worse over a larger scale. Nobody hates Pixel Guy. Pixel Guy is the best pixel we could possibly have. I love the Baldur's Gate 3 poster. Me too, childish. So I had a partnership with Displate a while back. So they're all Displates. And I went with different games or things that I've played in the past that I've really, really enjoyed. And so Baldur's Gate 3 was something that I ended up sinking a lot of time into. Ooh, you said Jay said you're gonna check out what Splat cooked. Splat is a diabolical chef. I like sometimes the deck that he cooks up is no good, but you always know it's some kind of like spicy take on whatever it is. So sometimes they're no good, sometimes they're amazing. The one thing you can be sure of with Splat is that you will never be sure what you're gonna get. Let's go Ravona. Maybe it's Demon into Ravona. Next turn we can go Moonstone. Ooh, and we do have an extra turn here. It could be a Tribunal, Moonstone Tribunal deck. Surfer is the most fun deck I've played. Yeah, it is. It is one of the best decks. Because it, like all of those cards, whenever you finally got it put together, all of those cards had been out for months. And then it just completely like shifted it. How bad is Moonstone on a scale of horrible to terrible? It's playable. I don't know that it's like, I think we'll probably see her in maybe 1 or 2 builds once everything settles, but it's really tough to tell on the first couple of days. Vanilla Catch, thank you so much for resubbing with your Prime for 4 months. Very much appreciate having you here. Can't play it now because of the rise of Gambit. Yeah, Gambit, it's very counterable, but it was like a glass cannon deck that when it pops off so big. We don't have a Super Scroll in our build, do we? We could do Luke Cage. I think we do Iron Man. Ah, I missed the Star-Lord.
I am Iron Man.
Also, a new location that adds Destroyer to winning location. Wait, is that a thing, Kate? If so, it's a very scary thing. I don't think I want Malekith. I think I would rather be like an Iron Lad. Their hand is pretty full, so we could always do Maximus Iron Lad. Shot. This is in the season update. Dark Avengers. Oh, I didn't watch the Dark Avengers one. Like, I enjoy the cinematics of it, but we haven't, at least in the recent past, gotten a lot of information from them, so I ended up just, I didn't watch that one. Malekith might ruin. It would guarantee pull the Cerebro and Mystique, but we wouldn't really be able to do anything from there. So now it's a guaranteed Cerebro, which is nice, but underneath the Iron Man, we're just going to retreat out of it. And we had an accidental ad run. We'll retreat out. Don't lad right, they have an Iron Man there.
Escape.
So many ads? It's the normal amount. I think it's the lowest I can do. Let me look at it, make sure it wasn't adjusted, but I think it's like a minute and a half, an hour. No, feels wrong. It was whatever the minimum setting I could set on to disable pre-rolls or make sure they were disabled. Yeah, so 3 minutes keeps pre-roll, 3 minutes per hour keeps pre-rolls off. Entirely. So I have 3 minutes per hour. Yeah, I like disabling the pre-rolls. So that, people that are just like jumping in, or maybe they need to quickly snipe, who knows. But if they're like jumping between different viewers, I like being able to let people jump in and kind of check out. And then Lemon Pepper said, "You guys are getting ads?" Not me. Not me. So Quinjet, Squirrel Girl, it's pretty tough for board space. It may make a Moonstone of theirs kind of tricky. Go Cerebro, Mystique. If we get Moonstone into that left lane, it's going to be a massive, massive surge. And then, hey, just out of curiosity, do you play other games too? I pay extra to see double ads in Trust. That's the support that we need. So what do we want to do? It's a big Victoria. It's a big Victoria hand lane. We can't play a 6 cost into Xandar. Then it would be over. Can do a Luke Cage. Let's try a Luke Cage. But I have played just about every type of genre game that I could imagine. So I do have a wide interest in just games in general. And so I've played shooters, I've played fighters, I've played MMORPGs, MOBAs, platformers. Just, I've played an obsessive amount of games in my lifetime. To Malekith. Left lane is going to be a problem, though. Big Wiccan. Ant-Man, right. I was hoping with Malekith we could draw the Moonstone, because Moonstone would end up being, what, 14 power? Might give us that kind of surprise reach that we needed. But as it is, yeah, that mid lane is massive for him. But do they ever get anything additional here? I don't think it would be worth it to throw the Iron Man right. I don't think it would even win it for us. If we shifted the power out of Malekith, we would lose. Yeah, we're going to retreat out of that one. I haven't seen the Witcher 4 trailer. But knowing the Witcher series, I'm sure it'll be really good. He said who I heard hasn't quit entirely, just on the back burner. Yeah, I didn't watch it, but I saw a video from him that said I'm taking a break from Snap for my sanity or something like that. Which, like if you need to take a step back, I absolutely understand and appreciate. Like that's what I did whenever I took the like 5 to 6 month break from Snap. Was I took a step back and needed kind of a refresher. They didn't generate additional cards. Ooh, they may not have. So if I do 2, go to 3 this turn, 4 next turn, on 3, 5 on 4, I would have to do Ravona next turn if I wanted to stack it into Muir Island. In that case, we'll just Ravona over to the right. Space Stone also, or Space Throne also becomes problematic. Kind of tough to win. Go Demon right. This is going to be at least an 8 power card, right? I think is how that would work. Iron Man is pretty decent in the left lane. We don't want to throw any of our 6 power cards there, though. Spectrum would make it 10.
Iron Man.
True.
I am Iron Man.
But as long as we win Baxter Building, that wouldn't be an issue. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10 with the Mystique line. Or it'd be 6, 7, 8 plus 4 with the Baxter Building line. I feel like we do this. Starlit seems good. You have a steady stream schedule? Not right now, I don't. Cry Freedom. I mean, for this upcoming week, it's gonna be... I'm gonna be doing a lot of overnight streams. But outside of that, it's been kind of in a like a toss-up.
I am
So
Iron Man.
I don't have a set schedule, unfortunately. Just kind of depends on like when big updates happen. If they can win the right, they win the game. Otherwise, this goes to 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We should beat the Mojo. Do Malekith instead. Pablo, you said watch this stream once, made an honest question. He banned me for 1 hour. I've heard a lot of stories like that. I've never had any issues with Jeff. I do know that so a lot of times he wears his emotions like really close to his sleeve, and so like the ban trigger is a lot lighter than some other rooms. So if Binks can flip Baxter Building here, then he flips the game. Oh yeah, definitely. Oh, doesn't flip it. Does force it into a tie though. And then we lose the point differential. Said he banned Dara? I may regret asking, but why? Odie said he was a little surprised he won. Oh, you didn't know? Yeah, no, I didn't know. No, I try not to. I try to just enjoy the game and do the content, like, and not deal with not worry about any like drama or anything that's going on. Oh, is it because of the fast drops thing? I know he didn't like that, the fast drops command. And I get it. Like I'm not crazy about the fast drops. I think it's like misleading, but and not for everyone. Like I think a lot of people would understand that it doesn't make a difference. But there are some, like it could be misleading. Oh, but it happened before drops? Yeah. C6 is kind of cooking. I've been having, I guess, just okay luck with it. Nothing crazy so far. But I do really like the idea of the C6 cook. Sage worth 3,000. Sage is great in the decks that she like kind of gets navigated in, and so I don't think you'll go. I don't think you can really go wrong with Sage. Like if you're running negative, fantastic and negative. If you're running like a bounce style deck, Sage can be the absolute like winning factor of that deck. Hopefully they're pulled, not us. Huge. Isn't Sage Series 5? Oh, 6,000? Yeah, 6,000 I think there's probably better cards to be able to pull, but Malekith, probably it's either Star-Lord or Cerebro that Malekith pulls out. And then we can always Iron Man plus Mystique final turn. It's a pretty big like play as long as one of these two doesn't get pulled. Star-Lord. I think we're gonna Iron Lad, Mystique, And honestly, either way, Mystique is going to copy either Cerebro or Iron Man. I guess it just depends on like what gets pulled over. I don't have many S5s. I would say, depending on your collection, Wiccan is one of the stronger ones.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
I am Iron Man.
And then Soundgarden, thank you so much for the Prime sub and support. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great one. The second Super Scroll is big, but we were able to hold it down. The left lane,
Victory.
it ended up being the Iron Man, right? The left lane Iron Man, which I'm honestly surprised we were able to overpower. Oh yeah, if Wiccan is gonna come out soon, then hold off. But Wiccan is also is one of the strongest. As an earlier collection, I would look at versatile cards. So like Sebastian Shaw, super good in Surfer decks and like hand buff decks. But outside of that, you can't run him at all. Versus some other decks that are either just really, really good or really, really versatile. Sometimes those are the most worthwhile. I would also not spend any tokens until Thursday, until we know what that patch is. Or not the patch, the over there. Because that could be some pretty dramatic changes. And then Soundgarden, you said, howdy TLSG, how are you enjoying Moonstone so far? I like Moonstone's ability a lot. I don't know that we're gonna see, great Moonstone decks for a little while. I think it may take a little bit of time to find what really shines. I think the biggest thing holding her back from being just amazing is the here text. So it only being limited to one lane. And I think that kind of restricts it a touch, but not enough to make it like not fun to play. Yeah, the one lane thing, yeah, it makes it more congested, more counterable to like Clutter, Enchantress, to like really wreak havoc on your play lines that you're going for. So I think we go Luke Cage. We can go Moonstone into the Ravona lane. Then maybe we finish that off with a Cerebro Mystique. Oof, the second Destroyed Mansion is tough. Big Iron Man. Still think we go ahead and go Moonstone left. Maybe we have to lean into Mystique copying the Iron Man instead of Cerebro. Seems like it could be a power up for Living Tribunal. So I actually ran a Living Tribunal just before this one, and I was kind of struggling to find the pieces the deck itself was performing well, but Moonstone didn't feel like she was adding a lot of value to the deck. We could potentially hit Iron Lad Starlord, which would be a problem. But I think we go Iron Lad Cerebro. Let's see what we pull next. Yeah, Global Moonstone would be crazy strong. Ooh, Mystique, which copies the Moonstone. Next turn, we can use it onto the Iron Man to copy the Iron Man. Makes for a really interesting output. Or do we just abandon the left lane? There's always a shot where we just abandon left altogether. Just go right. We get 20. 20 power right is pretty good. This lane is massive. I guess we could also copy the Moon Dragon, couldn't we? Or not the Moon Dragon. Moonstone, yeah? No, it'd be Cerebro. Yeah, let's do this. Two Vibranium's worth more. Two Vibranium instead of the Maximus. Instead of the Maximus?
I am Iron Man.
If so, it would be, but we have Cerebro out. And so Cerebro ends up being 10 power. Because it's Cerebro onto the Moonstone lane. Both would be 8. No, both would still be 4. Because it's a Cerebro 6. So they wouldn't get buffed by Cerebro.
Victory.
I really want to run a Athena, Kitty, Angela scale deck. Venom and Havoc. Athena, Kitty Pryde, Angela stuff is like, it really kind of teeters in and out of the meta. It's always, I think, even when it's not super common, I think it's relatively strong. But there's some metas that set up exceptionally well for the Athena, Kitty Pryde, Angela stuff. And so it leans into and curves into like that good value kind of build as well. And so I think it's not a bad deck to go after. And then on the YouTube side, the dude said, "How is Moonstone so far?" Decent. It's like I've enjoyed it in a few builds. Is it meta defining? Probably not. But you can grab some wins. I went just around, actually just under 50% with a Spectrum Moonstone deck. I went 5-2 with a Moonstone Tribunal, but I don't know that any of those wins were able to be attributed to Moonstone herself. With a Moonstone Patriot, I only played it for 2 games and we got absolutely wiped. It was an auto-generated that I wanted to give a shot. And then this one right now we're 3-3. So she's been fun, but I wouldn't say that she's been crazy either. Why Nihilus over War Machine? Because of goblins. Goblins, we get rid of the hood that way. And if we were seeing a lot of like lockdown or restrictive locations, we would definitely make that switch. But since we haven't seen it, the Annihilus works pretty decently. So we have the Moonstone, but I think we go Malekith here. Or in other words, mid? Yeah, right now, so far she's been mid, but that can always change. All right, Ravona, yeah, not great. Not great as a like last turn play is more so what I meant than anything. Let's do a Nihilus. Get rid of the hood. We keep the positive here. They probably go Wiccan here, right? No, they played off curve. They didn't play all of their energy, I think, on turn 2. So Wiccan is probably a no-go. They did play 2 cards, and so our Nihilus may have just... Maximus onto Kamartage was crazy. It helped us out a lot. We'll gladly take it. So we can go Cerebro, Steak. They can move the rocket. I have to remind myself that they can play further into the Eternity range. Cerebro Mystique would be an extra 8 in this lane. An extra 4 over here. Or a single Cerebro, a Maximus, and a Star-Lord right. I think might be more worthwhile. Isn't Cerebro Moonstone better? Yeah, Cerebro Moonstone would be better, especially if we're looking at that mid lane. This is going to be double Cerebro, so much better than the Mystique. You're right. Then it puts a lot of power here. Just comes down to like if they were able to hit us with like any kind of counter card, like an Enchantress. But no, I agree. I don't know why I was set on needing the Mystique. Brute reduces the power. Now we have Luke Cage. Luke Cage is in the left lane. How many keys did it take you to pull? It took me 2 this week to pull. Ooh. Time for a quick set of ads. So I'm gonna run to the restroom real fast as they. Oh no, you're okay. You're okay, Rit. And then Lemon Pepper, welcome in. I'm gonna run a quick set of ads as I run to the restroom. I'll be right back, you guys. Is a key for 2,000 tokens a worthwhile trade? I mean, to just burn a key for it? Like if you know that your last pull is going to be the tokens, I'd say no. Because then you want to always have 4 going into a week where you're trying to pull a new card. Like it might, I don't know mathematically if it's more valuable. And so somebody may, I'm sure somebody will run the numbers. But my gut says no. With the small hint of, well, maybe. How's the deck doing? This one's doing decently. We're over positive for a Cerebro 6, which is kind of crazy. But right now we're 57%. It's nothing crazy, but yeah. We're running Cerebro 6, so all is fine. Do we go ahead and run Maximus? Yeah, let's go ahead and throw out Maximus. See if we can get the extra energy from Castle Blackstone. You're at 4,000? It could be, yeah, 4,000 could be decent. Ooh, so they don't draw a card. We only gave them 1 extra card, actually, because of the Maximus. Vault is fine. We have our Moonstone here. Try to make sure we hold down Castle Blackstone. Oof, big Juggernaut. I mean, we have Luke Cage, so it's not it's not a huge issue. Just unfortunate more than anything. Can't wait till they nerf Gore. Do we think Gore's on the chopping block? Honestly, I have no idea. I'm not. That's not like a facetious question. I was curious. Maybe we go Luke Cage here. Try to get extra energy. And so next turn, most likely a Nihilist right. Ooh, the Quinjet Agent Coulson is big. Feel like Hatsumiku? I'm actually unfamiliar with what that is. So I don't know. We're gonna have 2 Cerebros, so it'll be 10 power either way. I think we double up in the right lane just to make sure. Do we think Bullseye will be more impactful? I know Bullseye is the affliction for every like, 1 or less cost card that you throw out. Is that right?
We are the future.
Oh, well, the Magneto over there is big. I mean, we still win it. Very big. And so discard all cards that cost 1 or less from your hand. Afflict that many different enemy cards with -2 power. Yeah, I think it'll be pretty good. I think we already see a lot of Luke Cage, so it maybe doesn't do a whole lot. I think it'll be pretty decent in discard, just as another way to like discard your Scorn or discard Swarm or whatever it is that you're needing to. How do we want to finish this one off? Do something like this. That adds 6 here, just the 2 here. Actually, it adds 8 to the left. That's probably fine. I don't think there's any way that they overpower us right. Ajax and Bullseye is going to be besties? Might. Maybe we should have stacked all into mid. Let's see. Ooh, Jubilee pulls the Collector. Not going to be enough.
Victory.
With Victoria, they do win here. We win left. We win right. Take it. That's a crazy stay by Crispy Bacon. Super crazy stay. Yeah, so it's only going to hit a max of any given card -2. Like, it won't be able to go and scale exponentially the more that you discard. But, like, it's a lot of impact just for, 1, getting the benefit from the discards themselves, and then 2, negatively afflicting. So, I think it'll be an interesting card. And then Titano, welcome in. And then Quiz, you said, can you make a move, bounce, highlight? I just reached infinite with it, although it's not very popular because it's hard to play. I think move, bounce is... I want to say in like the high ranks, it's one of the like better performers. It is very, very hard to play. But I can always give it a shot. See if I can find a build that works well. And then Badro, how do we participate in that event to get the null? So, let's see. I think it's just an all or nothing type of thing. So it's a join the Dark Avengers global bounty. And actually, I'll pull it up on Discord. We missed the Star-Lord. Fortunate. Bring Iron Man to 1. Iron Man Mystique would be 1-2. we'd hope for like a Maximus. I don't think that's the play. I don't think we really have many other plays though. So the negative power is nice, but I think a big part, yeah, I think the biggest part is that it is helping your discards out dramatically.
Opponent snapped.
I'm sure they could win both of these, so we're gonna give it up. Are Bullseye and Hellcow gonna have beef? They might. And then Doctor. So I don't have a stats command. I need to figure out like how to set one up, or like if I have to track it manually. Oh wow, that's not the command. If you do Dex, the first link is my untapped profile, and so you can see how the decks are performing that I've tried so far. What do you think about Moonstone? Is it worthy? I've been enjoying Moonstone. It's been very middle of the road. I haven't like won an excessive amount, but it could also be that it's just not finding the right deck necessarily. I think she's really cool with like Ravona to get a huge discount on your cheap cards. To use it with the Cerebro's pretty fun. To double her up with like, even if you do Iron Man into Mystique in a Moonstone lane, you can get a lot. Spectrum ongoing is kind of interesting. I didn't have a lot of luck with it, but I'm sure we could make some tweaks to it. Try Storm plus War Machine. Storm being 4 cost is so tricky though. Like it's so infrequent when I feel like I get value. But let's. I'm pulling up the null event now. Oh. Oof, it's tiny, isn't it? I don't know if I can make that bigger. All right, so we have the Join the Dark Avengers Global Bounty. The challenge: win games using any designated Dark Avengers themed card, and it's a global effort. So each victory contributes to global win count. I don't think we have to do anything. I think it's just an all or nothing. Like as long as we're playing during that time and active, then I think we get the rewards as they are achieved. So Iron Patriot, Victoria Hand, Moonstone, Luke Cage, which we already see a lot of that, the U.S. Agent. So a lot of these should be, I think, pretty common in most decks anyways. And so then as we reach these different milestones, I don't think we have to do anything to like specific to get it. Is how it reads to me anyways. Does each card give a win count? It did not say. I'll go back and double check. I'm sure there will be like frequently asked questions or something soon, but not from what I've seen. So it just says each victory contributes to the global win count. Yeah, so I think it's just like a win counts as one. Oh, wait, actually, it does. Each bounty card you use in a winning deck counts as an additional win. And so if you stack a deck with Luke, Moonstone, Iron Patriot, each of those will count as multiple, which definitely helps reach those tiers faster. How viable is the deck with all the cards? I think it's pretty viable. It's like a pretty standard Victoria hand is what it feels like. Let's do Ravona over to the right. We'll need Malekith to be able to potentially fight for the Altar of Death. Well, tough. All right, let's go Hood. Go ahead and go Cerebro. See what we can do. Yeah, Dakin might be awkward, but where's the bounty information? So on the Discord, under the community posts section, the Marvel Snap Discord. But it's just a global challenge for having certain cards in your deck, and then as we reach different win counts or milestones, we'll just have those, or just get those cards. We never pivot into Cerebro 2, do we? No. I feel like that's never worth it. Let's do just Mystique for now. You know what's crazy / the dream? Iron Lad hitting Moonstone. That would be the dream draw for sure. If we want Hydra Bob out of Altar of Death, we have to snap on him. Sable hitting Moonstone is also unfortunate. Moonstone with Cerebro 4. I was so hyped for 5-power Moonstone for Cerebro 5. Cerebro 5 would have, I think, popped off really, really hard with Dr. Doom and Silk, and just how many kind of cheap 5-power tokens we can generate. I feel like it would have went really, really hard. Big US agent. This would be our best bet, and it's not a great one. We're gonna leave it. Praying hard for that Malekith. Yeah, that would be the ideal outcome. Not super likely.
Escaped.
And then even if so, if it hit that Malekith, it would pull a Malekith of its own, I guess. And then we would be hoping that Malekith that was generated pulled... No. It would be Malekith, and it could pull Luke Cage, and so we... Actually, no, either one that Malekith... Yeah, Malekith wouldn't win mid. It was just Copium. Anyone else think Bob might have a nerfing coming? Yeah, I do. I think we may see a change on it on Thursday. Yeah, it would only pull Luke. It's the only option that it had. And then Zach on the YouTube side said, "Good morning from Sydney. I see that Baldur's Gate 3 poster on your wall. You excited for..." Ooh, I didn't realize there was another patch this month. I thought they had abandoned development. I know that they said they're not going to do expansions. I guess that doesn't mean they abandoned it. But no, I didn't know about the patch. The last time I played was when Honored mode came out. My one and only playthrough was in Honored mode, which was a wild choice, wild decision. But but absolutely loved it. And so I played it nonstop for a couple of weeks and grinded out the honored mode. Had a lot of really close calls in Act 3, and then finally finished it off. And was so stressed by the end of it that I was gonna lose like 80 hours of progress that I don't know that I enjoyed the end, but it was like a relief whenever it was over. It was a good time for sure. You said you had Moonstone, Malekith, and free Ant-Man. Oof, I didn't have a chance. 12 new classes. 12 new classes is huge. I may have to play it a bit again. Honestly, that may be enough to convince me. I think maybe it's Mystique, Luke Cage. We can do Maximus, Star-Lord. Oh, wow. Well, Red Guardian was tough. Well, time for another 100+ hour playthrough? Possibly.
Time's up.
Very possible. I know the first time I ran through with a monk. Originally it was an Oathbreaker Paladin, but late game I think I changed him into a bard. Just for the extra support. I had a wizard or a sorcerer on the team. And then I think like a tanky melee class. But the Paladin early game, I think, helped tremendously. Man, they really messed us up with that Red Guardian. Otherwise, we have like a really cool, cheeky, like this play. I think we lose this one. Where can I share the null event link? Just found it. Let's see. Is that what just got deleted? I can patch it through. Yeah, we didn't have a winning line there. Red Guardian, killer of combos. Red Guardian is a tech card that is, I think, especially with discard being good, with all of the like Cerebros, Iron Men, he can be devastating. He said he needs a nerf. The party comp, it was carried heavily by the monk, Zach, and then the Oathbreaker Paladin with the, I think it was a Berserker as my kind of like up close class, a sorcerer, and then I think I respect. I've forgotten her name. I played it so much and absorbed all the information, and then passed it on. I respect the. The lady that had the initial like little cube that you didn't know what was for. Like she was really she went down in like the temple. But I respect her. She was the same class, it was just like a different focus. Made the Berserker lady a Throwzerker and she was busted. That sounds fun. I really like that game for the like the flexibility. There's so many ways that you can play it and so many paths that you can decide to go on. So it's super, super interesting to see, what different people come up with. I think maybe we Mystique, we Moonstone. Worry about a Luke Cage later. I know people hate on Luke Cage now, but genuinely the meta without Luke Cage. Yeah, without Luke without Luke Cage would be scary. It would be very, very scary, for sure. The Annihilus, which is helpful. So Moonstone. Next turn is going to be Annihilus. I think we're in a good spot. Like, I think Ajax would run just rampantly. US Agent, Man Thing, all of those things would be all over the place. Big Morbius is scary. Let's go Annihilus here and see what happens. There's always a chance that we go Iron Man Demon on the last turn. Might need to go Luke Cage, so it could be like a Luke Cage Demon, Star-Lord, or Maximus. Thoughts on Moonstone so far? She's an interesting card. I like the concept of her. I'm not sure that we have, like, the decks that we've been playing her in for the most part have been kind of mid. The double Corvus is crazy. But even though they haven't performed insanely well, they've been pretty decent. It's been fun running them at the same time. So we have to go Luke Cage. We also need to go an extra 12 here. Here may not be enough. Depending on if they discard anything else. Give it a shot. Not cheap enough 6 power. Yeah, you have to lean on, especially for Cerebro 6. I think Moonstone in general is fun in like the ongoing stuff, but I missed the snooze for the ad. I apologize, you guys. I'm rusty. Looking forward to a free null in X23. Yep, I think for new players, it's fantastic. Well, you may not be able to, but Cerebro is nerve-wracking. It is. I normally don't care for Cerebro because of how like big the swings are. You could, a lot of the games that you lose, you could win if you played it just a little bit differently, and so there's usually a lot of like finesse to it. Next up, we have Lone. Gamma Lab's unfortunate for us. So is Sanctum Sanctorum. Can always go Cerebro 12. We have to go Cerebro 12. Courtesy of Central Park. Out of Luke Cage.
I want the throne.
We did not have to go Cerebro 12. Iron Lad could be pretty big. Or we go Moonstone. Go Iron Man mid next turn. It allows us to do Mystique, which would copy the Iron Man, and then we can focus the rest. Gamma Lab, maybe? Actually, we should have done Moonstone mid and just full stacked here. That way we could have the double up of the 12 to get it up to 48. So I think it's just going to come down to winning one of these two by more than what they do. Yeah, double Iron Man mid with Moonstone would, I think, was the play. The Red Guardian taking us out again. And so now we can just go Iron Man Mystique and just abandon Central Park. But if they have a like Shang-Chi, we're in trouble. And even then, I don't know that this necessarily wins it for us. With them running Red Guardian, Killmonger, they could have Rogue. I think it's very likely that they run a Shang-Chi. I smell Surfer. With the Invisible Woman, I'm thinking more of like a Ronin Shang-Chi counter heavy. Never find out. Wait, how did new players get a free Nolan X23? JLW. So there is a like a global bounty event going on, and the post didn't limit any specifications or restrictions, and so I think anybody that's active that contributes to that win count probably will get the prize, and one of those cards being Devil Dino. So if you run a Devil Dino and get some wins, as we reach those milestones as a community, I think you'll just get those cards awarded. Hulk was going to get smashed? Yeah, I feel like he was. It was Rogue? Could have been Rogue too. So Nihilus would be good for us. Ooh. Ravonna, Cerebro, Moonstone, or Moondragon? Moonstone. Keep wanting to call it Moondragon. That's a different character. But that would be really big in Onslaught Citadel. I think the Anti-Venom bundle is a little bit more like value per currency, if I'm not mistaken. But they're both very, very good. So I think it comes down to which Series 5 card you're more likely to use. I think both bundles are actually exceptional. Let's do an Iron Man. Oh my gosh.
I am Iron Man.
Hell, if we find a Nihilus here. Huge. Oh no. Well, it's unfortunate. Moondragon. Good thing we have Moon Knight then. Moondragon is a character. It's a much different character. Mid lane is massive. We needed a Nihilus. A Nihilus could have saved the day. Otherwise, we're just gonna leave.
Escaped.
Yeah, we had one more. But one more turn for Nihilus, and it did not pan out. We got Cerebro instead. I'm not doing super well with the deck, but like I was looking at Untapped. It's one of the few that has a exceptionally positive win rate. Right now for it, 49 games are tracked at a 67.3% win rate. The other one that's doing well this one. So it's a Wiccan deck that uses Iron Patriot, Victoria Hand. Moonstone, I'm guessing, is largely just either Victoria Hand or Speed to get like massive value out of. And then we have the Juggernaut to protect Iron Patriot. And we're just looking to kind of capitalize on the opponents. I don't know that this would be long-term good, but I think today, especially with people running a lot of ongoings, the Rogue would give us a lot of value, which we could then kind of double up on with the Moonstone. Same thing for like a Mirage, stealing some of their cards. But that one out of 30 games is holding like a 72% win rate. What event are you talking about? So there is a, it's, oh wait, wrong copy pasta. So there's a like a global event. I think surprise factors contributing to C6 doing well. Yeah. Yep, I agree. I think if it was common enough, same thing with, I think it was Cerebro 5 that popped up a while back with Luna Snow. I think it was more like the surprise factor, and then once you're anticipating it, you can pretty easily play around it.
Opponent snapped.
We have the same Juggernaut split? Really? I really enjoy this Juggernaut split. Ooh, big Elysium. I think we might go Mirage Speed. We can copy the Speed with Frigga next turn if we wanted to. We could also copy our Rogue, depending on if we have a good target for it. Is there a bug that Moonstone doesn't copy Mystique? I don't know. Is it like same lane and everything? Wait, with Mirage, we got their speed. This lane is going to be a problem. I already tell. Go Speed Frigga. Next turn, we'll get another speed. I feel like speed is a trap. With Elysium, yeah, probably. Like, speed's not going to scale as much. So in short, just win games with Iron Patriot. Yeah, yep, nothing else that you have to do. But I really don't have a good additional like line right now. Like even when we played the first speed, like the other cards, like maybe Juggernaut. That'd be about it. We're gonna have so many, so many cards. Or maybe it's just like a speed Wiccan, and we hold Maria Hill for now. So right now, there's not a way to like track progress, like live progress. But I did say that they said they were going to be sending out like notifications and things as different milestones were hit. And so we can't track like the specific progress, I suppose, which does kind of stink. We have priority. Do we think we'll have priority next turn? Always rogue the speed. Mid, I think, is a loss. maybe Victoria Hand could help. Mystique isn't on reveal, but once she reveals, her text changes to the ongoing. I think we're just going to skip here. Victoria Hand's not awful. I don't know if it's enough to win, though. Mid is gone? Yeah, mid's gone. I'm just playing the Maria Hill just to protect from like a Juggernaut or something. I think right is probably gone as well. Juggernaut right? I don't know that there's going to be enough space. They have 8 energy. And so I don't know that's going to push it anywhere. Would they play mid? No, I don't. Well, maybe. I guess if they can fill, then they would. The Valentina. And the copycat move is big. It's a tie over there, though. Nope. We win with the Victoria Hand. Huge. And we still the speed, which is big. The Vibranium would have been the worst of them. Oof.
Victory.
I need to rename them to extremely inclusive. So they're exclusive to this event. So players that start after the fact won't have access to them, I suppose. Then warm it up, Mitch. Was the other play not the same line? We had Victoria Hand over there. Even with Victoria Hand to the right. We should have been able to pull that one through. I tried Moonstone in 2 ongoing decks. One was Spectrum ongoing, which was okay. The other was this idea of spreading power. Yeah, Mr. Fantastic and Claw. Like Mr. Fantastic, Claw, Captain, plus like Moonstone or something. Didn't work out in practice. Yeah. I feel like there has to be a way to crack it open that will end up working exceptionally well. It's just all about finding what that is. Said I got Sage tagged in my shop. Sage is very hit and miss. Like sometimes Sage is fantastic and like super relevant in like the very popular decks, and then other times she kind of falls off. Right now there hasn't been a lot of Sage, but I still think she's a very, very good card.
Oh, snap.
I think she was a good card, just maybe not 1,000 worth, depending on what your collection looks like. And then speed at the time that it was released was kind of underwhelming because we had other 3 costs that were vastly outperforming. Like I think at that point, Cassandra was really, really, really strong. I think
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man
Nocturne was also performing incredibly well. And then both of those got nerfs, and so then speed kind of... Yeah, he's been at least solid. He just wasn't like game-breaking by any means. With Mindscape, we're going to need to hand dump right after this. Can't open my cup. I've been trying for like 4 minutes. Trying not to make it obvious. Let's see. Speed Moonstone just wins the lane that it's in. But then it would come down to winning another one. I don't know that we have that in us. We would also have to give up Mockingbird. It's kind of a problem. We can get rid of a significant chunk of our cards. So Mockingbird, Speed, Story Hand, Hydra Bob. Not bad. Get the Moonstone? Yeah. Moonstone's not the play. Oh, finally got it. Okay, so our Hydra Bob's not moving, but I'm not sure that that's a problem. Nocturne at 5 at this point wouldn't be as dominant. I agree. Before we had things like... we didn't have things like Scream, which would kind of help counter it. I think it's a Magneto play. We rip the Doombot and Red Guardian out of left. We rip these two out of left, or out of mid.
Victory.
It is hopeless now. Hopless. He is one less hop. Oh, you said he leaves. Look at the name. Well, he was one step ahead. Always one step ahead. Straight into the collection to collect dust. If Howard ever becomes relevant, though. It's a nice enough variant. Ooh, it's a Cosmic Companion. So better than I was giving it credit for. That gives us up to 9 out of 12. Is that? Yeah, this one. Ooh, so we get a Captain Marvel variant. Nice. So I was a little bit too harsh on old Howard. I think it was probably fine. It gave us a Captain Marvel. I'd be much more likely to use this one as opposed to the Howard. Then we have a rare. So at some point, with enough variants, I should be able to unlock this variant, or this emote. I'm not going to buy the variants specifically to do that, but it would be nice to have one completed. You have a tier list for the Series 4 or 5 cards? I don't. Largely because a lot of times tier lists can change pretty drastically pretty quick. So it's hard to kind of summarize. I know that there's been several other creators that have created some pretty good ones. But I don't have one that I've made. We could do Black Vortex. Looks like probably a Spectrum Moonstone ongoing deck. That was probably the worst Black Vortex we could have ever asked for. The Luke kills Scream completely? Yeah, he does. Get him, Derry. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. 1-4 Bob was pretty lackluster. Yeah, I think he's probably better nowadays with Wiccan being out and around, giving you a reason to kind of want that curve. I think he'd probably a solid performer. Woof. Can't believe we hit leader on their skip turn. Ooh, they're gonna send the Mystique. Ah, that is unfortunate. We got a bad leader. We got a big bad Red Hulk. All right, let's hit the Wiccan. Yeah, it was considered one of the worst. Well, I think for me it wasn't necessarily that it was bad. It just wasn't worth 6,000. Like there were other cards that were doing much more for 6,000 cost. Like at that point, Sable was much stronger. We had, I think, more scaling on another one of the one costs, and it just, those got kind of put into line. And so then Hydra Bob kind of started rising to the top as more of a front runner, and then became much more flexible because of that. Oh. They already had the super scroll down, and I completely missed it. Oops. I don't think Moondragon... I don't think Moonstone would kill us here. Dazzler might. Because of their super scroll. But we'll find out. We could also snap to move the Hydra Bob over to the right, couldn't we?
Snap.
We also learned how to work better with Bob's snap. Yeah, that's true. So before, the snap mechanic was seen very... it felt very gimmicky and almost risky, because your opponent could kind of choose where Hydra Bob was going. But we've gotten decks that are kind of built better around that potential mechanic, and so we get a lot more value from it. You really believe the Scream change against Luke kills the deck? I don't know that it kills the deck. I think Luke Cage was already tough into that matchup. I think it hurts it a lot. With the Death Eating avatar? I don't know. It was something that came out recently. We do have a quick set of ads that are about to run before we jump into some more. This deck that I sniped off of Untapped is doing pretty well. I think just because everything else in the deck is good, and so Moonstone can be a good supporting role in it. But we're going to roll the ads and we'll be right back, you guys. While we're taking a quick break, I'll fill up my water. It always makes me nervous around all of the electronics and stuff, but... What did Second Dinner announce? It depends. They announced that they're doing a global challenge, like a global event, where the final rewards are an exclusive Null and X23 variant. So if you're a newer player that doesn't have those, then you would unlock those in the process. Dr. Stone, how is Moonstone? I think Moonstone is decent. I had just okay luck in a lot of the builds, but it could be because, you know, it's early on that it's not refined. I really like Moonstone in like Living Tribunal style stuff. Not Living Tribunal. Living Tribunal, it was okay, but it felt like Living Tribunal was doing the heavy lifting. I like Moonstone in something with like a Ravona. Cerebro was really cool. I think it's more gimmicky than anything, but being able to do the double Ravona to get a cheap like Iron Man Mystique is already insane value, because then Iron Man goes down to 3, Mystique goes down to 1, and so you can get a lot of extra reach out of those cards. I think it, maybe not this deck specifically, but I think it could have a decent home in like a Patriot. You could do Patriot, Moonstone. It kind of frees up that room for like a Blue Marvel into Ultron. versus Patriot into needing to do Mystique. It gives you a kind of a backup way to get that double up, which I kind of like. And then Spectrum was kind of cool. You get the double up of like the Ant-Man, Mojo, Captain Marvel can be really, really cool whenever you double them up, because then everything is going to be really, really big. But that one just felt okay, because there's a lot of Luke Cage, so the Affliction piece of that build didn't feel like it worked all that well. Next up, we have Symbio Bro. Next up, we do not have Symbio Bro. I wonder if they were running maybe a Cerebro 6 and they didn't want to deal with Gamma Lab. Or they know that sometimes I play slowly when I'm on stream. Didn't we just play against Ren? I feel like a couple of games ago we played against Ren. I know hand is also bugged. The card says your hand, but the opponent's cards that come to your side. That's true, because it does specify that we're created in your hand. But you're right, it does come through on those. Go with Iron Patriot. We always have a Hydra Bob that might be able to go into the raft and move out. Ooh. Lost their speed. They lost their crystal. Or copy up on Iron Patriot? I feel like probably not. Maybe we copy up on Victoria Hand instead. Yeah, should just say cards created in hand. Yeah. We don't win the left. Shuri's Lab is kind of decent. We could copy a 14 power Wiccan. Dranimrev, thank you so much for the resub with your Prime for 4 months. Happy snapping. Is it harder being the content creator lately? So it kind of depends. Like Snap's numbers in general have been a little bit lower. But I think that kind of comes with it. Before making the plunge, I kind of measured and made sure that I could survive a decent hit if it was to happen. 3, 4, 5, 6. We'd still get a card. And so it's kind of tough to see mentally, but you said that's correct pronunciation. I tried my best. Should have gone with Mirage instead. Ooh, yeah. So we could do what, a Victoria Hand Snow Guard to turn off Shuri's Lab. Spectrum kind of sucks at high levels. I mean, if the meta is conducive for her, like where you get those hard counters, then she can do well. It's just a lot of times she's kind of underwhelming with what she brings to the table. I did run it in a Spectrum deck. And it did okay. I went negative, but it was very, very close. And so, like, some small tweaks to it might have made it more viable. Oh, and Sneaky Mojo. I think you may be missing the same thing that I missed on it. So whenever I read the card, I thought she was going to be busted. But the very last word is has the ongoing effects of your 1, 2, and 3 cost cards here. So it's only in the lane that she's played in. I thought it was going to be spread across where you could do like a duplicate Cosmo, and I thought it was going to be really, really good. But yeah, I made the same mistake. So we don't have anything to steal in the left. Snowguard Bear would bring us up to 16. But if they played anything there, we would be in trouble. There's something like this. They do have some extra energy. I feel like we probably lose this one, but I'm going to stick it out anyways. Oof. Big Goliath. Time Stone. Wait. Oh no, we lose the point differential. Nope, it's a straight tie.
Tie.
It's the weirdest way to tie. So she's a worse Super Scroll? No, I wouldn't say that. So with Moonstone, there's a lot of cool applications. So like doubling up on Victoria Hand can be good. Doubling up on speed. It's just, she's really reliant on those ongoing abilities. It's a very high stakes tie for sure. And then Oro Tiagitio. I feel like I messed that one up. Thank you so much for the resub for 4 months at tier 1. Very much appreciate you being here. Saw someone using Moonstone with Patriot. Yeah, I tried it was an auto-generated one, but I like the idea of Patriot, Ultron, Moonstone, Mystique, Blue Marvel as a way to like really win that lane. You could maybe even mix in like an Ant-Man like into the mix, but I like the idea of it. It's just I only played it for a few games and it didn't work out in those few, but I think there's some potential there. That one zombie. Thank you so much for the resub with your Prime for 4 months. Is Moonstone a grab or nah? I feel like she's a card that has some potential applications. Like she's flexible enough that she doesn't. So like Victoria Hand, for example. Victoria Hand very specifically has to go in like a shield or card generation deck. Moonstone has a little bit more flexibility or like range in that she can go in, you know, a wide variety. But I think it's more so, are we able to find something that warrants her, that's like she makes so much better? Because right now it feels okay. Like I've been enjoying her quite a bit. But I think it's more so about, like, I don't know. I think once we find some optimized builds, we'll know a bit more. It's hard to judge on the first day, because the first day is a lot of, like, mirror matches and hard counters. But I do think she has some strong potential. We can rogue to steal the Madam Web away. It's a matter of, do we want to do that this turn or not? We could also go like Iron Patriot Victoria Hand, but we would trade that. We would send the Iron Patriot card over. So no, we don't want to do that. Let's go Rogue Maria. She feels like eventually she'll be good. Like she could, yeah. Dexter is ruining people with C6. Yeah, I think C6 is interesting. I was running a C6 a little bit ago. And he's definitely better at Cerebro than I am, so I'm sure he's having more luck than I did. But like I think it's a pretty decent application, but once Cerebro 6 becomes less of a surprise, I think it's more easily counterable. And so I think that would be kind of fleeting as well. But yeah, I think Patriot Moonstone has quite a bit of like viability. Do we want to deactivate Mindscape or not? I kind of think we're okay with it, with turning it off. Because they may play as if we are going to deactivate it, and then we just don't. Instead of the second Madam Web, we could go Victoria Hand. So anything they send our way, we'll be able to get buffed up. Oh, no, wait. No, we won't be able to get it buffed up. Never mind. Big Human Torch. Oof, even bigger Human Torch.
Supreme.
But can they compete for the right lane? I don't think they can. We can go Cosmo, Hydra Bob. And Dagger to scale the speed for an extra +1. C5 Victoria. C5 Victoria sounds crazy. Victoria or Moonstone? I've been loving Moonstone in my Victoria hand deck. Got me into top 500. Nice, DY. Dill. Or is it DYI? They were able to outshine us in mid. I guess that could have been an easy calculation. We could have moved over the speed. Probably should have. For a little bit more instead of the Victoria hand. Since we did have a pretty big right lane. That's just a misplay on my end. DYL as in Dylan. Gotcha. All right, let's go Snow Guard here. So we have Puma. We could go Victoria Hand. I think we go Mirage instead, though. We can always drop Victoria Hand kind of later on, once we have the Wiccan down. Big regret not getting Speed and Anti-Venom. I don't use Anti-Venom as much as I use Speed, but I use Speed quite often. Like any kind of value deck, you typically see Speed built into quite often. Victoria Hand, Maria Hill. Next turn, go like a Wiccan. Or we go Speed and keep the Victoria Hand a surprise. That also gives us some scalable power in the right lane. Although, I don't think we're going to be able to hold it down. Why can't locations be chill like Titan? I know. More locations being chill like Titan would be nice. And then Scada, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. I think this is... I haven't seen... I don't know that I've seen Moonstone. Yeah, it's been a minute since we've seen Moonstone. But this gives us a really good path in White Hot Room to do Victoria Hand into Moonstone. We double up on the victory hand, so these cards would be bigger. And then speed doubles up, which I think is enough to snap into.
Victory.
Red Guardian is honestly the most played tech card right now. Red Guardian is pretty common, but I think Luke Cage is also super, super common as far as like tech cards go. Shadow King has kind of fallen off, which I'm sure is nice for the decks that scale their power. I think he's still strong. It's just I don't see him anywhere near as often. I'm sad I promised myself I would only spend enough keys to get Black Swan, no more, no less. And I got 2,000 tokens, Nocturne variant, and then Swan. I wish the variant was Moonstone instead. And so then you could spin that last card. It's tough. I mean, you can give it a couple of days to see if Moonstone continues to kind of work out. Yeah, Killmonger's fallen off a fair bit too. Let's go Iron Patriot. And then Duckdale, you said, good to see you, TLSG. What are your thoughts on the current state of Snap? I feel like it... I don't feel like the state of Snap is awful. Like, the balance is pretty good. The game itself, I think, runs the same as we have expected or come to expect. I think it's just been, there hasn't been, so like Conquest. When Conquest came out, that was kind of a surge for me of like a new, really cool mode. That was something kind of different. It's like the same game, but kind of different. We haven't had really anything new or lasting or staying that's popped up kind of since then. And so, like, I think, I don't know. I know the card acquisition system needs to be much more user-friendly. Like, it feels like it continues to lean towards like releasing power creep cards almost, like cards that are stronger than what was currently out there. But to people that aren't paying or picking up every card, it feels bad to not be able to build, you know, a deck that was in the season pass without purchasing it. And so I think some kind of card acquisition system change needs to happen. And then I would really like to see some other like avenue to kind of draw you into playing. Because right now it just kind of feels like when I log in for the day, I'm doing it to make sure I don't get behind rather than doing it because like it used to be where I would open the game almost like a lot of people do with TikTok. Like it was just almost, that was my default of what I was going to, because that's what I wanted to do in like almost every waking moment. And it could just be that the game's getting older. I think, I don't know. There's definitely some like monetization issues or card acquisition system without like low agency. But I think the game itself and the balance is relatively good aside from like a few like kind of thorns that are out there. That just had the wildest C6 game. Got hit on T3 with Wakanda Embassy, and Hub gave me Chavez. Snap Gods decided to give me... Decided it needed to be C8. I mean, sometimes you need a good Cerebro 8 deck. Let's go Iron Patriot left. And we'll see. With the new S3 card acquisition, are we going to get a new I played Snap for 30 days? I want to redo the series. I want to, like, that's one of the things that I want to do the most. The only, like, I guess, hesitation is I don't know if there's going to be any other like large changes. I mean, I guess I can just go ahead and jump in and then we'll see where it lands whenever we get that far. But I do like the Series 3 card acquisition system change for newer players. So, I'll start one. I'll revisit it. So let's see. We can do Moonstone. Next turn would be like Black Swan. No, we would need to do Black Swan this turn, wouldn't we? Not that we'll have very many one costs. Maybe it's Time Zone Frigga instead. Thoughts on Moonstone so far? I wouldn't say it's a must get by any means. I think it's definitely a fun card that I've been enjoying, because you can like get some incredible reach on speed lanes, Victoria hand lanes, get a huge discount with Ravona. But we haven't found, or I haven't played or seen any decks that are just so crazy that they are must-play decks. And then should I buy Frigga? I bought her when she was released, and she's still a great border. I use her very, very little. I feel like she's really good in like a bounce move style of deck. And then outside of that, you don't see her very much to get the value from her.
All systems go.
So you're probably safe or okay to, honestly, to skip her. Huge Devil Dino if it goes through. We can't really compete for the left lane. But this is pretty big output in the right. Rogue stealing the Devil Dino would be a huge shift in our favor. Just a matter of if they play an ongoing over there or not. Ooh, big blob. Jesus, a 20 power blob. Cosmo, Psylocke, Shang-Chi into a massive Magneto. We'll be able to overtake it, but huge blob.
Victory.
Yeah, in bounce move, she's crazy. Like, she elevates that deck so much. But yeah, I would say hold off on buying anything at all until after we see what the over there is. Since the left lane is screwed, you know, now you are all right. Well, we had mid too. It's time for a quick set of ads to keep the pre-rolls off and at bay. We're gonna run a quick minute and a half, and then we'll be right back. You guys don't go anywhere. This just gave me an idea for my deck. Hopefully it works out well for you. This one has been... well, I just looked at the stats. Actually, you may not be able to hear it. An ad is supposed to be running. I don't know if you are or are not able to hear. But, yeah, we have the over there this Thursday. So in like 2 days. So if you're thinking about buying anything, hold off for just at least 2 days to see. So I just checked. I'm 7-1 with this deck. For a 77.8% win rate. There was one tie, so it's 7-1-1, I suppose. But all of the other decks, I was pushing around 50%. This one's doing pretty well. I think that's because Moonstone is more meant to be a like backup supporter in this deck, rather than the star. I think she adds a lot of kind of cool value in the speed, making sure you can win the speed lane. Or some incredible reach in like the Victoria hand stuff as well. So we can go Iron Patriot or Victoria hand. We have Iron Patriot into a Juggernaut follow-up. So I think we prioritize that. we don't prioritize that. I'm thinking Bort may have been running the King Eitri Sunspot deck. These locations were awful, if so. Because Rickety Bridge, that deck typically doesn't fully come online until turn 6, and they would really realistically have one lane to play in. Oh yeah, Skada. A lot of the cards that are coming out are pretty big for Surtur's style of decks. And so like you're getting some definite improvements. Has Surtur still been performing well for, or I guess Scar. Has Scar still been performing pretty well for you? All right, so Wiccan is gone. We can go Mirage. Get a feel for what they're running. Hear me out, Cerebro, Isan. Wait. You may be cooking. You may be cooking, Doctor. Applications that are unlimited. Or maybe it's more limited to one card. Can't really tell which. I think we're gonna let Cosmo go for an Aunt May joyride. Doctor or Doom 2099. Yeah, maybe kind of tough to overcome since we don't have we haven't had a good hand so far. We haven't been able to develop too much. Pretty well. I took a break for a couple of days, played new stuff, lost 160. Spent the next day on Scar, regained everything. Nice. So we could go Sera this turn. Or we could wait until it's discounted and not get any of the other benefit. Go here. They have a chance to overpower us in Aunt May's. Cosmo's fine though. So we know they can't do a Doctor Doom. There's a Cosmo left, Cosmo right. We can't do a Juggernaut. Might as well do speed to the right so it gets doubled by Moonstone. Then just go big with Wolverine Sera to the left. I think we have a good, decent shot at winning this one, depending on how big they can go in Lake Hellas. The Super Scroll shouldn't be an issue. Oh. You are able to hold that one down. And then JF said, based on stats, this is usually your best deck. Yes, like by far. The Living Tribunal one was the second best performing. But I would say Moonstone didn't play a role in, say, like almost maybe 80% of those games. She was irrelevant, like even when she was in hand. With this one, we get a lot of like, even just using it onto a Victoria hand or onto a speed, it's enough value that with this build, I've found that I typically want to do that play. Then Crack Snap. GG, she was good in this one. This one, I've been having a lot of luck. Everything else I've tried today has been very like mediocre, but this one has been absolutely dominating. I think right now I'm 8-1 or 9-1. 9-1 with this build. The other ones have been pretty bad. It was a very, very close game, Crack Snap. I if you were able to go something really big in the left, is what I was worried about. Have any good decks for the Dark Avengers challenge? This one. This one hits 3 of the 4, right? Or 3 of the 5. It uses Iron Patriot, Victoria Hand, Moonstone. I don't have the speed. Oh. 5 hours ago, I asked if Wiccan was good. I got my answer again. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like Wiccan continues to find his value in pretty much every deck that's performing well. Just the extra energy gives you so much extra capacity to do some of those like bigger plays when you need them. But yeah, definitely see what happens on Thursday. I don't think speed is going to be on the chopping blocks, but who knows? If we get a Juggernaut, I would use him. Just to try to make sure they don't win the raft. Do we ever snow guard Maria Hill? As soon as we fill this one up, we can shift stuff into New York on the last turn. They stole our Victoria Hand. That is a massive steal. Oh, rough. The only way we could get the raft this turn is if we did Heimdall. I don't really want to do Heimdall. But we can steal it back with Rogue. now you're big brain thinking. This feels bad, but at least with Hydra Bob we can shift it over. We're not capped out here. Ooh, yeah, we can Frigga the Heimdall, true. I'm not used to running Frigga, so I appreciate the call out. It's a good call. Yeah, New York is there, but we can turn it off with the Hawk.
I see the way.
If we wanted to. We wouldn't be able to copy Heimdall if we did that. We're heavily winning mid. An extra Heimdall would be nice. But at the same time, making sure that this lane is locked in place. So that they can't get like a Shang-Chi onto our Heimdall, I think probably takes priority. We'll do this and hope. Seeing the Fenris, I'm sure they have some kind of counter cards, whether it be Gladiator, Shang-Chi, Lady Deathstrike. Woo. What a big counter. That's the most we can put directly into the right lane. And it'll come down to a little bit of what they got from the raft. If they can stack really, really big. If they don't invest anything into Hotel Inferno, Ultron helps us out there. Yeah, she killed her own Fenris too, which is unfortunate. And then Opt G Mystic, thank you for the hydrate reminder. I appreciate you. I'm trying Moonstone in a Victoria discard, but I haven't been able to draw both at the same time. Wait, what is Victoria discard? Death plus Raft. Ooh, if they're playing, yeah, if they're playing the Death version, yeah, it could. What are your thoughts on the card? I like it. I like it. I feel like in a lot of builds it was almost good, but it just wasn't quite able to bring the games home. This deck that I'm running right now has been like by far my best performing one. He's in a Binks fan alliance. This one has been my best performing by far, just out of the like sheer flexibility of it. So I don't know. It's still very, very early on to tell, because a lot of what we're running up against is like just kind of mirror matches. Ah, they are running Death. Rough. That is a huge last turn from Vosh. Like the big blob from the Raft. The big demon, the big death that was in hand as well. Unfortunate. I did not expect as explosive of a turn. Had we stacked in the left, we overpowered this left lane. But they made the right call with stacking the death blob demon. I got 4 keys, guaranteed Moonstone, or wait for Bullseye. I feel like, I don't know. So I feel like Bullseye is going to kind of trickle down to just being a card that's included in regular discard, that his affliction is going to be like kind of nice sometimes, but most of the time just end up being kind of okay. I think it's going to be more so that it gives you those extra discards. And so I think personally I will have more fun with Moonstone, but I would say give it a couple days to see how Moonstone's performing before making a leap either direction. We can go Iron Patriot, we can go Mirage. Let's go Iron Patriot. If we have to, we'll go Frigga next turn, so that we can go Wiccan on 4. But ideally, we won't have to. Wakanda Embassy is nice. And with Hydra Bob, we can now do what? Like a Mirage, Hydra Bob, Snap. Make sure we lock down the discount on Doctor Doom, and then move Hydra Bob out right away. Is Black Swan worth keying for? I enjoy Black Swan in bounce. I like her in like a King Eitri Hammer Bros deck quite a bit as well. And so I would say probably. Very big Loki. Let's go Wiccan for now. We'll go Wiccan, and as we think about what their next turn might be. Yeah, she's really critical in like the bounce or dump decks. Outside of that, she's not seen a whole lot. But I think like in the decks she's seen very often. Or I think she's like a core player in those. Like there's some cards that are good, but they're replaceable. She's not one of those that can end up being replaceable. 9, 10, 11, 12. If they don't play here this turn, we might be able to steal it away with a Juggernaut push. We can go... what? Speed Wiccan? Or Speed Frigga? I think will be decent for us. Black Knight and Jor? Yeah, the Black Knight and Jor. They're few and far between. But when you see one, you have to appreciate them. I think we just go really big in the right lane. And then Juggernaut to try to win left. Oh, they abandoned left. Interesting. Oh my gosh, that was so close in that right lane.
Victory.
Whew. It's it had such a big last turn. Oh my gosh. Both lanes by 1. Yeah, that was a razor tight margin. Goodness. And then Boofin, Pixel, and Baku. I'll do it right now so I don't forget. We'll go ahead and set it because I think this deck is going to be one that we climb a fair amount with. If I do anything else, there's a good chance that it just slips out of my brain and I forget. And I like the oh my gosh. You know, it's art. It's speed that won the location. Yeah, speed definitely did it. It's art. It's art. Art is meant to evoke emotion. That evokes a lot of emotion. I don't think it's a positive emotion. Wait, you like that one? Boofin? Hate said, looks like my ex. You're better off, Hate. You're better off. Nocturne variant single-handedly stopping me from pulling this week. Oof. It's hideous and beautiful at the same time. See, I do like a good variant that's like so bad that it's good. He's boofing around. Let's go Snow Guard. I want to see if we can wait a bit for Krakoa. Make Nocturne great again. That would be amazing if we got Nocturne to a point where, like, at least where you wanted to play her. Right now, I don't know anybody that wants to play her. Victoria Hand is decent. Especially in tandem with like speed and Moonstone potentially. I think I'm gonna go Victoria Hand. Actually, if they're running a Spectrum ongoing, they probably have Loot Cage, so they're probably not worried about negative zone. Maybe I just need to give up on that idea altogether. Krakoa speed, yeah. Was the -1 power really that impactful? That was the only nerf to Nocturne. I think it's more so that other things kind of got. Oh, that's a huge Hydra Bob plus Frigga. Absolutely. Can you Krakoa again with Bear? No, you can't. It only works on, like, trigger effects when it's revealed. And so, like, Central Park. The Bear is so useless. Yep, and a lot of times they're linked to a turn, and so you can't re-trigger those either, which is unfortunate. Super Scrolls steals our speed. Right now we don't really have any others. Juggernaut's going to be massive for us. Probably should have snapped a bit earlier, but... Could always do... Something like Iron Patriot, Hydra Bob, Mirage. This Bob would jump after this one, and so we guarantee that we have at least one space to play. This one moves, so we guarantee we aren't locked out of any location. Can Bear reset Krakoa? No, he can't. Yeah, the 3-drop slot is super competitive. It's just that it kind of got... At 3-4, the upside wasn't as appealing, and we started seeing, or I guess Scream released, which definitely hurts those movement style of cards. Not that it's a big issue now, but there are now other, like, Copycat is almost more of a go-to at any given time than Nocturne now, just because it's higher power, it has a higher power potential output, it gives a little bit of information, and so there's just better things to deal with. I don't even know at 3-5 if we would be using Nocturne now. I feel like it is to the point where like 3-5 Nocturne may not even be good enough. There can be a big number now with Victoria. Yeah. Let's go Hydra Bob. We'll go Patriot next, and then probably snap it. Now they just want to make sure pure Scream decks. Bad Sag. Big time Sag for sure. Let's see. Do we make sure they don't get their discount? I'm kind of okay with that. Now there's a chance we push something big from here, and we just lose this right one. No, okay. Ooh. They didn't care about winning. They just wanted the Mobius down, which is okay. We don't rely on that discount too much. It would have been nice for the Omega Red, but not critical by any means. Do speed, Snow Guard. Moving your own Bob? Yeah, the Bob can move. So the Bob move is after Iron Patriot registers, if it won or not, because it's after the turn that Hydra Bob moves. Wait. Okay, they wouldn't have got the bonus from the Wiccan anyways. That's why they played it over there. Maybe Victoria hand Hawk. She would buff... No, she wouldn't buff this. She would just buff the Hawk right now. Not a huge output. There's something better other than Victoria that we could do. Not really. Like maybe Omega Red. And Maria Hill. Could give us a little bit of like pressure in this left lane. Rogue the Mobius? Oh, we could have rogued the Mobius. Ah! Mark your man. That was the play. Because then we'd get the free Omega Red. I knew there had to be something that I wasn't seeing. You found it. We could try to rogue their Victoria hand. We could also just do something like... Guard Bear Hawk. That just ties the left lane, as long as we won the right. Steal their hand. It could hit Quinjet. It's a 50-50 here. We won the 50-50 so far. Oh no, big Shang-Chi. But we tie in the left lane, courtesy of Omega Red.
Victory.
And we win the point differential. Whew. They did some dino math on that one. What was their card from Mobius? Oh no, they didn't win, so it was a full cost card. Never mind. Yeah, the rogue saved. The rogue saved us. It came in so handy. We'll take those though. So now we're 11-2 with this deck. 78.6% win rate. Absolutely crushing it. I am going to run to the Shang-Chi is Mr. No Fun. I'm going to run to the restroom real fast, so we're going to run a quick minute and a half of ads, and then we'll be right back, you guys. Rogue forced his hand. It did indeed. All right, let's do Hydra Bob. Anyone know why everyone has been running mill lately? Brandon, I actually haven't ran into too much mill. Not recently, anyways. I feel like when decks go super heavy into like a specific combo, mill gains and has more strength, and so that may be a reason that we're seeing a bit more of it. So we have Gladiator. We have a Juggernaut for like a last turn Nexus play. Have you tried Iron Patriot with Moon Girl She-Hulk? Sorry, it took me a minute to figure out what you're asking. I went blank because my head was set on like Moonstone. Then I saw Patriot first, and so I was thinking of Patriot deck. So my brain melted for a second. I tried Iron Patriot. I do think I tried it with Moon Girl She-Hulk. I don't know if I took out the Hammer Bros or not. I also tried Victoria Hand in it, and it was okay. But I didn't absolutely love it. Ooh, they got our Iron Patriot, unfortunately. We did take out their Sebastian Shaw, which is nice. And then Bad Robot, thank you so much for the resub with your Prime for 3 months. He said, hey TLSG, how's the streamer life treating you? It's good. I have a lot more time to really focus on what I need to. And so with like the stream, just numbers for this category being down in general, I've streamed a few less hours than I have. Like if it if a big change happens or it picks back up, then I'm gonna go to like streaming more consistently, like even potentially like, you know, Monday through Friday. But with it how it is right now, I've had a little bit more time to kind of focus on kind of repairing some relationships that have degraded over the last few years while I was like kind of spent to the max. And so it's been very, very good. I'm very fortunate, and I appreciate you guys for being here. And you guys are what allow me to do this and survive off of it. And then Teddy Ninja 15, thank you so much for the raid. Hopefully you had a great stream. Glad to see you here. And you guys joining me. Hopefully you guys are having a nice day so far. So it's a built-in scream. How much do we want Wiccan? Because if we're deeply dedicated to the Wiccan play, we can go Rogue so that we can Wiccan next turn. Otherwise, we're wasting the Rogue. I just got my last drop. Ooh, nice, Binbrode. Thank you for streaming. Absolutely. My absolute pleasure. Let me see what my status is on them, because I know I didn't start watching until late. I think I still have quite a bit. Yeah, I'm 68% of the way to the 6-hour one. So I still have like 2 hours to go. But I have the credits and the boosters. Did you get anything good from the premium mystery variant? All right, so now we do have the ability to snap the Hydra Bob. We have the cheap Doom 2099, but it's only 2 power. So mid this turn, I think we go Juggernaut speed and we really fight their Iron Patriot. Since they dropped it late, we have a bit more capacity to do that. Oh, I can't do the 1 cost there. Teddy did drop a raid. Absolutely massive. Oh, so they just abandoned Hellfire Club. Interesting. I did not snap it. So that Maria Hill got. Our left lane, unfortunately, now unwinnable. I feel like if we did this and then snapped Hydra Bob into mid, this gives us a pretty good Dazzler reach. We get the extra +6 into mid. Oh, actually, with Hydra Bob moving with Scream, it's not going to be as much. Still going to give it a shot. Yeah, so Bob's going to lose the 1. Screen's going to game the 1. So we're only going to get an extra, what? 4 in mid, so 3 from Bob and then 1 from speed. Doom should be more power. What, Doom into mid? Yeah, playing 1. Yeah, if it was just Doom and the Doombot, then yeah, I think it'd be more power. But since we're playing more than 1 card. Scream steals 2. Does she really? Okay. Okay, we gotta rethink our turn. Can't let them catch us in mid. Oof. I don't know that we're gonna win now. I guess we could have. They retreated anyway, so it didn't matter. But I guess we could have let Hydra Bob pop mid. So with the speed Moonstone, I don't think it would have been an issue. And so we could have left a space here to be able to play like the Dazzler in the right lane for a bit more power. Did you get the double high voltage rewards? If you're from second dinner, no. I didn't see them whatsoever. For anyone else, yeah, I saw them. I don't know if they claimed or not. I have no idea. I don't know what my balance was before it, but I know that it popped up and said like claim for the new rewards as if I had got them for the first time. And then on the YouTube side, looking handsome TLSG. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm trying to take better care of myself, and so I've been doing. You guys, I don't know. I don't know if it's obscure or known or not. I've been doing something called 75 hard, which is essentially just a lot of restrictions and making sure that you're working out daily. There's a lot of like specific rules to it, but it's 2 45-minute exercises a day. A walk counts as an exercise, so like I typically do one walking workout and then one like intense workout. And then eating healthier and just trying to take better care of myself. Sounds like P90X. Kind of, except for it's more so just like a set of kind of loose rules that you have to follow for the program. And so like it's not a specific workout. Like you don't have to do any specific tape or buy anything. You just have to do 2 exercises of any kind. So I've been using, I bought my son a VR for Christmas. I've been using his VR, I think more than him, to do like one of the workouts each day. Big left for bonus. Ooh, true. I have no idea what we hit, other than it was a 3-0. Just joining the stream today? What's your opinion of Moonstone so far? I think in most decks, she's very much just like lackluster. However, that is now a big Moonstone. Thanks to the Victoria hand. Wait, why is it 8? So it went to a 6 ham. And then Victoria hand buffed it to 10. And then when it got hammed again, it went to a set 8 plus the 2. Is that how it? Yeah. I know it was considered a generated, but it went from 6 to 8 to 10. So I think the second pig that they played locked in the 6 plus 2 to make it 8. And then we get the plus 2 from Victoria. Oh, because it was generated twice. Maybe. I don't know. It's a 10 power pig, which is nice. And then so Moonstone so far has been originally like most of the decks were fun. They were just kind of okay though. They weren't anything crazy by any means, but they weren't bad. This one, however, has been very, very strong. I think we do decks. The first link that pops up is my untapped profile, so it tracks any like decks that I've been using. Right now we're 14-2 with this deck, with 1 tie mixed in there. And then Groggy at Night, thank you so much for the resub for 3 months at tier 1. Very much appreciate it. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. Poor Victoria hand just got absolutely demolished there.
Hey,
and then Joey Smallstack, thank you so much for plus 21 cubes, 82.4, 14-2. Yeah, that's for this deck so far. And then thank Joey Smallstack, thank you for the Prime sub as well. Very much appreciate you. And then Bad Robot, you said, have you checked out Supernatural in VR? I did. I didn't care for it. It felt like a very samey, like Beat Saber or any other like kind of any other kind of like rhythm style of game. I have been playing a lot of Pistol Whip, and then the other night I bought and played Thrill of the Fight, and thought I was gonna die. So 4 and ooh. Not quite able to get there. They had more 1-cost cards on the left, which made the point differential a bit more. So now it's 14 and 3, fortunately. But still really, really good. Harsham losses don't count. In that case, we're undefeated. Ooh, we could turn off the Dark Dimension and make this card reveal. I don't know that it's would be good for us, but we can do it.
Snap.
It's interesting enough that I think we're going to snap it. Plus, we can turn off Limbo if we use the bear on 5 into 6. Or on 6 itself. I think we'll throw speed left. We'll go Wiccan next turn. And then the bear plus whatever else we end up going with. Ooh, big acid arrow. I don't think we can compete here. I'm just going to throw the Wiccan to the right so that we don't waste a slot here.
Opponent snapped.
They may have gotten a really good card from the Iron Patriot. Ooh, they did get the Wiccan. So 1, 2, 3. What's the Wiccan? Or oh, I guess the acid arrow. So that was the 3. Big. Then they got the Wiccan energy as well. Let's go Snowguard Hawk to turn off the locations. Then Moonstone left to double up on the speed. And then we flood the rest on the last turn. Oof, that Mirage is going to give them... Is it the highest power? Just whatever costs least. So either a Quicksilver or Hydra Bob. Monster Metropolis becomes kind of tough to win. If they go big, there's not a lot we can do to counteract it. Like 7 is our biggest. Oof. I think we're in trouble here. Bird Books, glad to see you streaming again. I'm glad to be streaming again. And then one game earlier, Iron Patriot generated a Wiccan. On turn 4, I top decked my Wiccan. Oh, gotta drop a 0-cost Wiccan and a 4-cost. Yeah, I would retreat incredibly fast there too. And then the Whitaker Show. Thank you so much for the Prime sub and support as well. Very much appreciate having you here.
Hey, welcome.
How long are you live for? I don't know. I know I'll take a small break. Probably take a small break to spend some time with my daughter after school, and then come on for like an overnight stream. Johnny Neutron, thank you so much for the resub for 4 months at tier 1. Very much appreciate it. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great one. We could rogue the Pim, but the problem is winning one of these other two. Like, I think we lose the right lane. Like, I think we should retreat out of this one because I don't think we have a chance in Monster Metropolis. Because they could easily go over 7 and then get the extra +3. And then it becomes a pretty big issue pretty quickly. Yeah, there's the Ultron. Plus the Hydra Bob, plus the Rocket and Groot. And it'll be another 3 once the locations come back into play. So the only way to have that one would have been, like, maybe be able to have speed have landed over in Monster Metropolis instead of having it over in Dark Dimension. But we couldn't have known that. You said you're still live? Locked in. We're locked in for the drops. Typically, I like to do really long streams for drop days. Especially like the first couple of days. I would really like to come back online and do an overnight stream. I did... kind of got everything situated that I needed to today so that I can stream throughout the night as much as needed. Let's do Maria Hill. We should be able to get the Wiccan as long as we find a 3 or a 1 cost to go alongside the 2 generated by Maria. There's the 3 cost card. All right, let's go Mirage mid. You need a big boy for this deck since Iron Patriot can't consistently give you a 6-drop. Possibly. A lot of this deck is looking to do like some surprise factor with either Victoria Hand or Speed or win a lane with Juggernaut. But having a big a big player might be nice to have. I don't think we'll win the left lane. Still gonna go Speed over there anyways. Oof, big Gladiator. Could have hit our Rogue. Not a Rogue. It could have hit our Juggernaut. And we could have won the left. But with it hitting the Gladiator, there's no shot. We do get Victoria Hand, so we could always go Victoria plus Moonstone. But we haven't I guess we've generated a couple of cards. Craven, Shadow King. Maybe we go Iron Patriot next turn. The pixel portrait goes crazy. That was a viewer redemption. So the only downside to playing right is I could play there and it bounces to left, and we don't get the double power on the Wiccan. Is why I didn't play over there. And so I was planning on playing here on 4, turn 5 we don't, so that we can open it up and play there on 6. Is it ever worth it? Victoria Hand, Frigga, Iron Patriot. That would give us, no, probably not. A 2, 4, so 4, 5, 6. Then we'd have a 2 cost as well. Probably not. But I'm gonna do it anyways. Snap Bob out of if Iron Patriot, right? True. We could have snapped Bob away. So we're... I don't know. I don't know if I hope Iron Patriot goes left or not. Mid is definitely interesting. Moonstone and the Victoria hand, this Craven is about to go crazy. It'll be what, 2, 4, 2, 4, 6, 8, 8 extra onto it. Pretty big. Have to move the Bob. Shadow King left. But I wanted to do the Victoria hand because it doubles up with the Moonstone. Or just not do the Moonstone. Yeah, because I mean, this goes, what, 12 plus 6, so 24, or so 18. Oh, no, it's already times 2. So it's 24 more. We win left anyways. We win left as is. We don't need the Shadow King. The Moonstone allows us to double up on our Craven, right? To give it more value.
Victory.
Because with Frigga, we copied up the doubled up Victoria hand, so it would be 2 doubles, so 3 to 6 to 12. And then the plus 4 from the Victoria hands. No, plus 8, right? Because of the Moonstone. It was going to be a massive, one. So still holding down, let's see. It's going to be less than the 80-something that we had before, because I dropped one. Is this Dexter? I feel like his name is always something kind of like opponent. It's the Battle of the Pixels. We're at a 75% win rate. Not. Oof. We don't get the Wiccan play. Already off to a bad start. Catch these Victoria hands. Mystique a 4, 5, 6 drop on Moonstone location. Yeah. Yeah, whenever you can do that, it's really, really big. The issue is like how consistently you can do that. You said this is Dexter? Yeah, yeah. I face Dexter and Dara and all of those along that top range quite often. Wish we had could get the double energy from Kamartaj, but we can't. We'll just go for speed left. Pixel Thing is an excellent avatar. I mean, it doesn't look bad. It looks like a Spectrum deck, so we're going to need to probably save or reserve Juggernaut for the Kamartaj location to try to push the Spectrum into a different lane. I think it's probably our only hope. And I don't even know that it's a good one. Should be like 70,000. Yeah. Yeah. 60, 69, 96, 8. Almost 70,000. We do probably end up retreating out of this one. Our opener was really, really, really bad. We ever try to hit him with a rogue? We could rogue to steal like the Ant-Man. Or the Luke Cage. Go ahead and do that. And then we'll Hydra Bob over into Monster Island. My collection of infinite pixel avatars is the best thing in my collection. That's actually pretty impressive. That you're taking, that's what you're taking up to into those infinite conquests. Oof, big Iron Man.
Iron Man.
Yeah. So that had to be the free card from Anti-Venom, didn't it? No, the Punisher was. Spectrum adds 6 here. Adds 6 here. don't think there's a way we can reach it. With the bad start that we had, I don't think we can quite reach it in any of the other lanes. We just don't have enough impact anywhere. Dexter. You don't need to pass along information. I like to have a kind of a fair fight in between the two. So if we lose, then we lose. But I usually like to make sure it's a fair fight. Or is he lying?
Escaped.
We didn't have a way to overpower even what was on the board. So even if they did a full skip, we didn't really have a way to overpower it. I guess we could have overpowered it if it was a full skip. But knowing they probably placed something somewhere, there wasn't a way to win it. 90% on the premium mystery variant. Hopefully, I can help you finish it off. We do have a quick set of ads that are gonna run. Oracle said no, but I saw it all. She is the Oracle, mind you. Sees everything. How long will you be streaming? Still on my way for the second drop. I'm gonna go as I don't know. I'd say probably at least another hour. If I can do longer, I will. If not, then I'll end for about like 4 or 5 hours and then come back for an overnight stream. But I don't know. I don't know exactly how long. It just kind of depends on when my daughter gets home from school. I'll need to go kind of keep her occupied, do dinner, and get that stuff taken care of. So we have the big speed. We have Victoria Hand. We have their Victoria Hand, which is nice. Go ahead and place speed into Stark Tower. We need to find a way to sacrifice a card in Vormir. They just got their hand back and it's +7. Ooh, because it's the 7th offensive. Ooh, we're in trouble. We are in danger. Do we rotate the Wiccan? Or just play it outright mid? I'm hoping to draw like a Snow Guard, Maria Hill, Iron Patriot to sacrifice in the left. Hopefully. And then Retro said, I thought I was falling over here. Welcome in, Retro. So, Moonstone, big here, but not something we necessarily want to sacrifice. Could always do Moonstone, Frigga to copy it, but not great. Could Rogue to steal the Victoria Hand, but that's not going to be massive. We could also just kind of rotate in this right lane instead. Rogue and then Frigga. What if we rogued here and then what, Frigga to the right? Or we could Frigga to the left. Copy it. Not awful. Mirage should have been sacrificed? Yeah, Mirage should have been sacrificed in Vormir. Super low impact card. Like we didn't need to keep it in Stark Tower. I agree. As soon as we saw Vormir, Mirage should have went. We would have been in a lot less precarious position. Yeah, we got their Victoria hand, but they got it right back. Ugh. That is a very big hand that they have here. None of these were created in hand, right? The Victoria hand was. We scale up by 1 in mid with speed. Fill their speed to get another big surge. I think we've got it. Actually, the Juggernaut's not going to do much for us, is it? Just 3 power, but we can't slide slot a Moonstone in either, or as well. We'll go ahead and leave with it. Oh no! They jugged us. Moving Bob, I was thinking it was going to be a straight tie in mid, so the differential shouldn't, like moving the Bob shouldn't have mattered. Because it would just come down to a point differential. We lost by 3. Well, had we sacrificed the Mirage, that game I think would have been a lot different. I think we definitely could have won that one had I should have never kept the Mirage. I don't know. Without a reliable like sacrifice card, no reason to keep it. We still had a shot. It didn't pan out. Ooh, we get rank number 13 Hunter X. Snowguard Victoria would start. Then we have the 3-cost card from Snowguard, which is nice. And then Hand of Blood. Thank you so much for resubbing with your Prime for 6 months. I'm glad I caught you live so I could use the Primer. Thank you so much for being here. Hopefully you're having a great one. Very much appreciate the support. Only Black Widow was in the deck. Her and Vormir. Not anymore. Because she's Activate now.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
And then Godric Fireblade. Thank you so much for the Prime sub and support as well. Very much appreciate you. Hopefully you're having a good one. Or are you saying that she should go into Vormir because she's... Never mind. Never mind. It went over my head. I got it now. It's from in-game. It's part of her lore. Just went right over my head. I apologize. It took me too long to realize it. I got there in the end, though. You'd get there eventually. So Bar Sinister, we could get at massive speed. We can also speed copy it with Frigga, or go ahead and copy Victoria Hand with Frigga. You can get a second one down, which is nice. Go ahead and do that. I tried Moonstone and then effective DJ Gamer with the Hydrate Reminder. I appreciate you. But you said I tried Moonstone and Ongoing. A very good deck, but very predictable. Yep, I agree. Like it definitely helps. Oh man, we get a how awful is that? I do not think there is a single thing that we can do to recover this. I mean, quadruple hands. They'd be catching an awful lot of hands. But I still don't think we overpower like their big plays. We just don't have anything that's going to be big enough to really deal with Surtur. Then do we do Mirage? Or do we hold it? Because our space is pretty limited here, too. We can't? We can do Wiccan. What, like Wiccan over in Bar Sinister? So we just have an Endless Flood on the final turn? And then Hand plus Moon. Yeah, or Victoria Hand plus Moon. Like, having both of those here would be big. We can't? No, we can't. If they just stack huge here. I guess we could go Victoria Hand plus Moonstone mid would be 4 hands. And then we could go, what? Bear, Hawk left? Is the in-turn button bugged again? Not that I know of. So we're gonna have 14 energy on the next turn. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All we need is 12. So we're gonna skip here. High voltage is back. It was gone for a short time, but it's here again with our 13 energy. I don't think you have enough energy. Wait, why would they do that? I guess it helped them for sure. Now we can't do the Moonstone, so it's not 8 anymore. It'd be something like this, which is not as good. You need more energy? I think we need a little bit more energy for sure. We get an extra, what, 2 onto Victoria Hand, so it goes to 7 and 8. 15. No, we don't win left. Probably don't win right. Nah, we're gonna retreat out of this one. Yeah, Hawk could be bigger than Speed. I think by 1. But either way, not enough. I don't know if it would have been enough even with the 4 triggers of Victoria Hand. But 2 triggers was definitely not enough. Next up we have West Philly. Let's start with... I'm going to start with Maria Hill. That gives us a 2 cost that we can play next turn if we don't draw another one. It imposes alone 1.1k viewers. I know. The drop days do incredible things for numbers. Like absolutely incredible things. And so I always look forward to like this week throughout the month. Quinjet, Victoria Hand. It could be looking to drop a Moonstone here to double up on both reductions. I was scared of the second Victoria plus Moonstone mid. That's why I played Arrow. Gotcha, Skada. I don't know that... I didn't realize that I was going up against you, Skada, by the way. How did we lose with 8 energy advantage? Because we had a lane that was a lost lane. And they had really big power output, so it's like it's a Surtur deck, so 10 plus power. So I don't think we would be able to match that left. It is what it is. Our deck doesn't need like as much energy as we actually got. I was joking. Oh, okay. My bad, Tuna. That went over my head too. Guess I'm taking things a bit too literally today. We wasted the Juggernaut. We wasted the Juggernaut, unfortunately. So now the Moonstone is fair game. Maybe we can steal the Moonstone? Would be nice. Oh, and then retro. I'll snap. So they did get the 1, 2, 3, and then 4. We do get their Victoria hand. Very nice. It's hard to judge tone in chat. I was being sarcastic, by the way. See, I didn't catch the sarcasm. Moonstone is huge here. But we can always delay it, right? And go maybe Hawk plus Raven. I guess that makes our last turn not that impressive, but we will be able to invest into the vault after they assumed it was gone. I think it's fine. Phoenix and Craven. Yeah, we can do Phoenix next turn too. Ooh, big gore. Plus the Maria. You get Mirage. So Moonstone. Phoenix, Hydra Bob. Gives us a pretty good surge, extra surge in the right. Problem is, I don't know if it's enough in mid, depending on, like, if they have Iron Man. If they have Iron Man, we can't win Nidavellir without the Juggernaut. Oh, they lost the 50-50, thank goodness. Whew. That was worrisome. We do end up getting the win.
Higher, further, faster.
Oh wait, yeah. Even with Captain Marvel moving, we're okay.
Victory.
Had they hit the Rogue, we would have lost 4 power on each of these, and we would have lost Hell's Kitchen. Thank goodness they did not get the flip side of that. And then retro with the snap chaos emote. I saw the emote, but I didn't realize what it was. It's a Avengers. It's a Zim. Invader Zim emote, which I never got into. I know a lot of people that have really enjoyed Invader Zim growing up, but it was one that I never was really able to sink my teeth into. JF, I didn't know we were playing. Didn't know we were playing Pokemon Pocket. Then you have Gur, the giant Gur too. We should have Maria'd last turn. Should have Maria'd on 1 to make sure that we had a 2 cost. You said you tried, but the show was just meh for you. Yeah, I think it was probably very kind of specific viewer base, and those that did enjoy it, I think they loved it. Second dinner after nerfing Surtur. Yeah, I don't think they wanted to like completely kill off Surtur. I think what they were wanting with Surtur was to just shave it a hair. I think it's still a very, very strong card and a very strong deck, but it was... everybody was playing it. And so I think by even shaving it just like that small bit, which honestly I don't think it hurt it all that much. I think they were able to... I think they were able to kind of curb the play rate, be more in line with what they would need or want. All right, let's go Frigga, Iron Patriot. We'll see. Shaving its beard. I legit think their data was bad. I don't know. Like, that was the easiest infinite climb I've ever had. Are you a coffee enjoyer?
Iron Man.
I used to be a I used to be a coffee devourer. I would drink coffee or energy drinks or caffeine from the time I woke up to the time I went to sleep. About 5 months ago now, I guess, I quit cold turkey. And then the hydrate reminder from Dexter is best. Rogue the Punisher. We could also try to snipe out the Iron Man. Depending on if we thought they were going to move it into mid or not. Is this a family-friendly stream? It is, Sylv. Depends on the family. No, it is. There's no... I don't swear. I'm not like super loud or anything. It's very like level keeled. One Raptor mid. We can do one Raptor mid. You think we need the one Raptor mid? You stopped drinking coffee? Yeah. No, I didn't think it was a thing someone could do, but I woke up and quit cold turkey from drinking probably over, and not like exclusively in energy drinks, but probably the equivalent of more than 2 energy drinks a day. Shifted into cold turkey. It was an awful like 3 weeks. I felt like flu-like symptoms, body soreness. Oof. We missed the Iron Man. It was a 1 out of 3. So once they stacked everything there, it was all a big gamble. And we are gonna absolutely get destroyed because of it.
Avengers!
No. So we won this one by 20. We lost this one by 17. It would have been 18. The Raptor move into mid was what cost us that one. What are the chances of the one Raptor move being the difference maker? Oh, man. It's the Raptor diff. I don't think I've ever had a Raptor diff in my life. Oof. It's because they've been enjoying coffee. This one right here. Get him. Chat's an absolute shambles. What are the chances of that being the determining factor are so small. Like, had we pulled the Ant-Man instead, I think we needed the Raptor mid. Get him. Whew. And then Ansho Guru on the YouTube side, you said, I haven't had caffeine in about 3 years now. There are times I miss it. Yeah. Yep. I'm much more like consistent. Like I don't have the super burst of energy that I'd be able to by drinking a lot of caffeine. But I'm much more like leveled out, which is nice. So I don't have those like peaks and valleys, which are really tough to deal with. Like if you're traveling and you can't have coffee right when you wake up, those days were the worst. And so I still miss it. Like some days my wife drinks like a couple of cups a day, where I smell it and I just I miss it. But I think for the most part it is much, much better. What happened here? I wanted that Raptor. You said what happened here? I wanted that raptor like if Rogue took over Ant-Man. Yeah. Yeah. No, I don't think it was a bad call. I think so. We ended up stealing Punisher instead of Ant-Man. Let's try this. We ended up stealing Punisher instead of Ant-Man, and it was a tie in the right, and it came down to a point differential. No. We lost left by 1, where the Raptor would have won, and we would have won the point differential. And so, like, super, super obscure line. Like, you could never anticipate that happening, but super funny at the same time. So we generated a Captain Marvel and an Arrow. We could go Hydra Bob, Victoria, hand. We could go speed. I think we try the speed. I allow myself. Almost got away from me. I allow myself to have 2x 18 gram double cappuccinos per day. I really like high-end espresso nonsense. Yeah, the double acid arrow was big there. We're just gonna back out. We're just gonna give them this one. They won. They asserted their dominance. They can have it. Will Arrow unclog ourselves? Yes, but with Sinister London, board space is already a pretty big issue. And so we would be able to play like one more card to get a duplicate, and I don't know that it'd be worth it. But I think it should. Actually, no, it wouldn't pull this one. If anything, it would pull the one from Sinister London, because this was the one that was played. So we'd still be stuck in the left. I don't have an espresso setup, but I do enjoy some espresso. Whenever I drank coffee, I did anyways. Or caffeine. The occasional Coke's not bad either. I have a very like all or nothing personality. And so I have a hard time limiting myself. And so I know if I don't drink any soda. I know if I drank soda, it could easily become, just as much of a problem of just casually drinking several a day and not noticing how much I'm drinking. I think that's... You do decaf? I haven't. Just to get the taste of it? No. When I quit completely cold turkey and just left it all. What's the problem with coffee anyways, besides being addictive? I don't know that there's... I mean, unless in reasonable, moderate doses, there's nothing wrong with it. My problem was I became so dependent on it that like I couldn't function without it and without a large amount of caffeine. So I know at its core, there's nothing wrong with coffee. My dentist lectured me. Yeah, it also stains your teeth. We know they have an acid arrow. We get a pretty nice Sasquatch here. Do we think they try to hit us with the acid arrow left? If so, we could speed, Hydra Bob, Victoria, snap, the acid arrow out.
Oh, snap.
They ate too much smoked fish. I felt so sick that I had to drink cola to make me better. Hopefully it made you feel better. I'm hoping we got the call right with the acid arrow. Huge. Another really good use case for Hydra Bob is being able to have him played and then jump out of a lane. And so I think that stop alone probably wins us the game. Yeah, there's some caffeine in chocolate and other foods. It's in smaller dosages, and I have been trying to eat healthier, so I haven't been having chocolate either. I feel like we don't do anything this turn. Maybe it's just like a snow guard. You'll see if you had to go. Ooh, big hobgoblin. Oh no! Absolutely flabbergasted us. Wait, does Victoria hand not? Oh no, this wasn't generated. This was base. If you had to go between Hydra Bob or Moonstone, I would wait until Thursday. I feel like Hydra Bob is on the chopping block, and so I would wait until Thursday to see. But for the most part, I would lean more towards Hydra Bob. He's a bit more flexible. Yeah, so the Acid Arrow counts with Victoria Hand. So Victoria Hand, plus when I pulled it with Mirage, it's helping. Do we think they have more clutter? I mean, they had Hobgoblin. Yeah, I think they probably have Titania, Green Goblin, and then like a Cannonball for some reason. Just gonna quit it.
Escaped.
It's a bug. I mean, I think it's just a wording issue with Victoria Hand. Right now it says your hand. I think it should cards that were created in hand have +2 power, or it's a bug. Either way, one of them is off. Jeff was too cute to nerf. Bob doesn't have that issue. And I think Bob having like just his play rate, I think, has slowly but surely crept up. That I think it's probably worth it. I've been seeing more Clog today in the 90s. Yeah, I think there's a lot less Clog counters being ran. But I'm going to run a quick set of ads. I ain't going to lie, Moonstone doesn't scream a musket card. No. I would say that Moonstone, unless a deck that comes out just kind of breaks it wide open. Why do you Thanos snap you? Because I snapped. And then he hit us with a. I mean, it was a pretty good. Hobgoblin play. So he was just excited that he pulled it off. Oh, move Bob to clog right. We could have snapped and moved Bob, couldn't we? To unclog the left. There was probably a winning line there. All right, we're going to run to the restroom real fast. Then I'll be right back, you guys. Oh, that's true. We snapped to move Bob with the acid arrow. He said you're so positive. I think I'd be quite mad. I mean, it was a good play. It was risky, but he had no reason to not risk it at that point. It was just overall a good play. And so I can't be mad about it, about getting outplayed. Now, if it's something like pure RNG, sometimes that can be frustrating. But in general, no use being frustrated. I think she's okay, but she's inherently relying on you having the other good pieces. Yeah. Yep, I think that's true. Like, could you throw Moonstone and Patriot? But does she make it better? Yeah, I think the biggest question is it better because she's in it? And I think that's a really hard question to answer. Because we don't know yet. I think it'll take a little bit to, like, find more optimized decks and find which ones are working well. To know. I think just based on feel, she's fun. She can be impactful in some games, but I don't know that it's going to be insanely consistent impact that we end up getting from her. So we could do Rogue onto the Dazzler. We also have Juggernaut to try to push their Sinister London lane away. Try to clog them up elsewhere. I think for now I'm going to go Rogue. And then maybe we Juggernaut out of Sinister London. We can turn off Sinister London later on as well with the Hawk. And then Godric Dust. Thank you so much for resubbing with your Prime. For 3 months, I found that add away button. I appreciate you finding the add away button. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. So we could have loads of energy if we wanted to. I don't know that we need the extras though. So I'd almost rather like this than really only playing into Sinister London after that point. We'll still give it a try. Hydro Bob. Hydro Bob would be pretty nice there too. I guess better than Power Stone. Ooh. Double Moonstone could be scary. Never mind. Single Moonstone. And we have priority. So we could double Hydra Bob and then Hawk. Leave space for us in all of the lanes. Last turn we'd be relying on like a Juggernaut play. And they wouldn't be able to double their cards. Thanos ongoing? Yeah. Ooh, they went really big into Castle Blackstone. Scary big. Juggernaut probably saves us left. We need, I don't know. This Dazzler is remaining. I guess we double up on the Dazzler mid from Moonstone, yeah? That may be fine. Because our Rogue stole their Dazzler here. And then we fend them off the left lane, unless they're flooding 6 cards, which feels unlikely. Fine. I picked her up with the expectation that she'll be good with next season's Captain America. Captain America ongoing stuff, I think would be enough to make Spectrum relevant. And if Spectrum is relevant, I think the Moonstone, you're right. I think Moonstone could be pretty good in that one. It's going to take a little bit to simmer and be worthwhile. How's Moonstone going? I think it'll be better next month. Moonstone's okay. Most of the decks that I've at least been trying with it have just been like mediocre. They've been like maybe a hair over 50% or less than. This one has been performing the best. We're 28 games in, holding a 60% win rate, but my cube rate has went down. I lost a couple of big ones a bit earlier on. And so, but this one's holding like the highest win rate for us. 4 energy is a lot. Yeah, 4 energy is a lot. Being able to do Moonstone onto the Victoria hand is a nice like additional kind of push. Same thing with speed, but is it better than what was already out there? I don't know. We just posted a deck like a couple of days ago. It was Victoria hand, Swarm, Greedy, Discard. Oh, so that's where someone got it earlier. Ed Wong, so I just removed him and put Moonstone. Feeling pretty good. Another Sinister London lane. Oof. Okay. Big speed. We know that they have Falcon, so they can pull up the Space Throne. And pull up like a Human Torch. We don't really need the extra energy from Wiccan. But Moonstone, I think, is pretty nice. I would take 0-7 Swarms any day of the week. True. Ooh, big Iron Fist.
Victory.
I was thinking we would see like a Human Torch into a pickup into Human Torch plus like Frigga. Oh, we'll take it. We'll take it. It's a large amount of power for turn 4. Interesting synergy with Victoria Hand and Morbius. Yeah. And so does that one have a Strong Guy in it? Do you share your untapped link? Yeah. So if we do... If you're looking for like my profile to see how the decks are performing, you can do ! decks. So that one has all of my progress. Let's go Hydra Bob. For your hand, we can go Iron Patriot into speed. It's kind of nice. And also getting buffs on Forge is also pretty cool too. But for now, I'll go Iron Patriot to the right. So the top link is the one that goes to my untapped profile. Ooh, did they play Iron Patriot here? No. White Widow. Why did we need to fast forward the squirrel spawning? I think it took more time for the fast forward. Yeah. Then the squirrel is actually popping onto the board. So, why do we have a squirrel way down here? Oh wait, you guys can't see it. Right here. We have a hidden squirrel down by the retreat button. Weird stuff is going on. We can do speed. Maybe speed, snap, Hydra Bob out of right. We'll maybe do it next turn. Fast forward working probably not for you. Sleepy Boy 721. Thank you so much for the resub with your Prime for 3 months. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Squirrel. He's ready to pounce. I'm assuming it's the one that should be here, but it like threw it off screen for some reason. We could copy the speed. We could do Spectrum into Frigga. Putting it pretty close. I mean, we could do we could do Wiccan, but our board space is so limited. You know, we can't do part other than Wiccan. We'll go Wiccan. Oh, big Legion, what? Rude. Okay. Now this fast forward I understand. We win the right lane. If we play Spectrum now, we lose the Widow's Kiss. Low-key glad someone posted something about the drops. Zero, I'm so glad that you're here. Ooh, your collection level is 151,000. That's crazy. All right, let's do Spectrum.
Knowledge.
Like, I've spent my fair amount of money. I still haven't been able to do that. They tied right. It just comes down to left. 6 power is the best we can do.
Victory.
But we will grab the 2 cubes. That was a super awkward game with the Central Park Legion, but we managed to hold it in. Hold on, just barely. But I hear my daughter running around outside. So let's send you guys off with a quick raid, and then I'll be back again tonight. Do you guys want to hop over to? You want to hop over to Binks, or one I haven't seen before? JP Coach, a couple that are a little bit smaller on. We have Perry Manilow, Pulse Glazer. You guys have a preference where you send off to? Binks. All right, we can do. We got a couple of Binks. We got one no Binks. We have one Perry. Perry is cool. I enjoy his vibes too. For Perry. All right, let's go ahead and we'll send over to Perry this time. He's a bit smaller. I know that Binks is he's gonna be on a while, and so she's good. Moonstone. Moonstone's decent. I think as we find the right builds for it, make it even better. But I think she's okay. She didn't like blow me away, but she also wasn't like so bad that we just couldn't play it either. So I'm not sure how long Perry will be on, but I'll be back in maybe like 4 or 5 hours. Let's see. I know Binks is going to be going for a while, but let's send over to Perry, and we will catch you guys around soon. Hopefully I see you tonight. If not, I'll catch you around on the next stream. Thank you guys as always for an amazing stream. We will see you on the next one. Let's go ahead and start up the raid, and here in just a few seconds we'll send you guys over. All right, later, guys.